Memorial Day edition of Atlantic League Baseball. Hello everybody, Will DeBoer here, high above the surface here at Peoples Bank Park. It is Memorial Day, festivities abound. We will carry as much of the ceremony as we possibly can here, including something right now, I do believe. Okay, well, sorry. Now? All right, so we're going to talk about, the baseball game right now. York and Somerset about to play their fourth game of a four-game series, the seventh of a seven-game homestand for the Revs. They are 5-1 in the homestand right now. They can go 6-1 with a win today. Yesterday, smooth sailing for York all around. First, some milestones for Andres Perez, a double in the second inning, his 115th extra base hit as a Rev, and his 500th hit in a York Revolution uniform. He got a nice ovation from the crowd, just like you just heard, an ovation like that. His next hit will be his 1,000th of his professional career. York got the runs on the board in the third inning. Joel Guzman banged a double off the wall in center, scoring Alfredo Marte. That followed by a sac fly from Telvin Nash to score Josh Wilson. That made it 2-0. In the bottom of the fourth, Keith Castillo hit a home run to left center field, going a bit opposite field himself, his second home run of the year. In the fifth inning, Charlie Thurber made his team debut in a good way with an RBI single, plating Telvin Nash after the double. And then one more run scored for York in the bottom of the seventh inning on a wild pitch. Wilson scored on the wild pitch. Somerset made it interesting, scoring one run each in the top of the eighth and the top of the ninth, but Mike DeMarc came on, nailed down his 12th save, and the Revs won 5-2. Jorge Martinez, 6 2/3 shutout innings. He is now up to 18 consecutive scoreless frames for the Revs, who come into this game with an Atlantic League best 22-15 record. They're tied with Long Island for the best mark in the circuit. Somerset comes in at 21-16, one game back of Long Island in the Liberty Division. York leads Sugar Land in the Freedom Division by one game. Starting pitchers today. First for the Revs, Matt Neal, looking for a shot at redemption. He's given up 10 hits in each of his last two starts. He is 1-0 with a 5.21 ERA, making his sixth start of the year. Last time out, no decision. Gave up 7 runs, 5 of them earned on 10 hits in 2 1/3 innings. He walked 2, he struck out 1. Revs coming back to win that game somewhat miraculously at 9-7, although not so miraculously the way they've been playing. For Somerset, it's the team debut of Sean Garceau, formerly of Southern Maryland. He made 5 starts and 1 relief appearance for the Blue Crabs before being released earlier this year. 1-2, 5.19 ERA. He is coming off the loss against Sugar Land back on May 26th, where he gave up 6 runs on 10 hits in 6 innings of work. So Garceau looking for a shot at redemption, just as Neal is, and they picked a heck of a day to try and get their redemption. I have a feeling this ball is going to be flying. The flag, which is at half staff for Memorial Day, is blowing out slightly to left field. The temperature, it is a heavy and balmy 91 degrees on the Clippers security clock out in left center field. Well, we're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we will carry your Memorial Day ceremony here at Peoples Bank Park. A good day in York for a ceremony like this. And then after that, time permitting, the Broadway Transmission Manager's Report. All that and much more here on this fine Memorial Day radio program. So stick with us here on a special WOYK Revs pregame show.
Looking for something cool to do this weekend? Come to the coolest place in town and learn to play hockey or figure skate at the York Ice Arena. The York Ice Arena offers a Learn to Skate program for skaters of all ages and abilities, directed by ISA and USFSA qualified instructors. Skating classes range from beginner to freestyle. Hockey classes cover the basics of the game. All classes include free skate rental and 5 free skating passes, so you can try out your new skills. And remember, the coolest place in town is also available for the coolest birthday party in town. Host your birthday bash in group spaces or with a private ice rental. Public skating at the York Ice Arena is available afternoons, evenings, and weekends. Skate for just $7 and rent your skates for just $3. Plus, you can save with discount pass books. Oh, and ask about gift cards and kids' prepaid debit cards. So if you're looking to learn something cool, come to the coolest place in town and learn to skate at the York Ice Arena. For more information and to register, go to yorkskate.com. Get into the ball game with great savings and great weekly specials at your Sure Save neighborhood markets. Use your gold card every time you shop, and you automatically receive savings and rewards. And get incredible deals on the new Best Yet brand products at Saubel's Markets, Wetzel's Market, and also at Nell's Market Fresh Foods. Always a hit and always great savings.
Come on, Colin Cowherd.
The pitcher who gave it up, who should worry more about getting his two-seamer on the outside part of the plate, Sam Dyson, he wanted to talk about that 1 second of raw human emotion where Jose Bautista, flipped a bat.
Jose needs to calm that down. Just kind of respect the game a little more.
You gotta be kidding me.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
I'm blowing everything up. We're starting over.
Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Join me, Steve Zabin, mornings at 6 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Welcome back to the WOYK Revs pregame show. Special Memorial Day ceremony going on right now. And Daryl Henry, I'm going to bring you in a little bit early right now. So
yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you, Will. Happy Memorial Day to you.
Happy
and
Memorial Day to you as well.
To all of our listeners, kind of a tradition, of course, is America's pastime. Baseball goes right along with it, and it serves as a way for Americans to celebrate their freedom and those who have fought for it.
Absolutely.
Right now, they're. I think we heard that we're going to have God Bless America, if I'm not mistaken. But attention's being focused on where the chair of honor will be located here today.
Do you know who's going to sit in the chair of honor?
No one. We'll be paying respects to those that can't be here today. But our national anthem approaching here, and we'll listen in on that as the Memorial Day ceremonies take place.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yes, it does, and it is flying high, half-mast out in right center field. Quite a sight to see, and really...
Join us in a Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Well, Pledge of Allegiance now.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order arms.
As retired Marine Captain Anthony Stabile, who is leading our ceremony today, Pledge of Allegiance. We have colors out in the field.
We ask all our attendees to join us in honoring our missing heroes and all those lost in service to our country in a moment of silence, followed by a gun salute from our honor guard.
Firing party. Salute all veterans, past and present, and salute. moment of silence for 20 seconds, then we'll have taps. Taps. Color guard, retire the colors of the United States of America.
Well, the color guard out near the pitcher's mound will make their way off. York County Sheriff's color guard on hand here today.
Nice charcoal uniforms.
The gun salute taking place down right at the end of the Revs dugout along the first base side. Both teams are out, by the way, standing and honoring
Arms.
veterans around the park, saluting as well. And the Memorial Day festivities here wrapping up. Glad we could carry the majority of that.
Absolutely. And with that, we're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, the Broadway Transmission Managers Report here on the WOYK Revs pregame show.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Let's go!
Johnny Manziel is going to end up with one of those guys you say, whatever happened to him? He doesn't get it. The world moves on very, very quickly without you. I don't care what you did in college. The world, the NFL world, moves quickly, and they'll move on right without you. And I think that's what's eventually going to happen. You know, maybe somebody gives him another chance here, but he's not better than Josh McCown. He's just not. And he wasn't ready for this. He needs to learn to be a professional. That's why I said I agreed with the Browns. Manziel had a couple of touchdown passes, and, you know, one was just, hey, I would just go someplace and I'll throw the ball and, you know, see if something good happens. What do you have, 8 completions? He wasn't ready. He's not ready. Not ready to be a professional. And maybe he won't be.
The Dan Patrick Show.
We are going to PAR-TY.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
The Steve Zabin Show.
Brian Williams has taken a leave of absence. And I'm not sure about you, Scott, but I've had just about enough Brian Williams remembers themes on Twitter. Photoshops, snarky jokes,
reporting from the Hindenburg,
the Alamo,
They're
etc.
out there.
Yep.
Waking up America like no one else.
Now they're digging into his reporting from things like Hurricane Katrina.
Yes, where he said he saw
where he
bodies.
reported seeing a body floating past his hotel in the French Quarter. Don't get me started on Katrina. That is one of the greatest media debacles ever. The stuff that was reported as fact that turned out to be not just untrue, but flat-out fabrications. Brian Williams saying, I saw a body floating down Bourbon Street. That was like the least of the lies.
Steve Zabin, mornings at 6 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
The York Revolution celebrate their 10th anniversary with 20 giveaways and entertainment all season long. On Friday, June 3rd, the Memorial Hospital Celebrate York series continues with the Chris Dolman bobblehead. On Saturday, June 3rd, it's another spectacular Inside the Park fireworks display. And every Sunday includes an autograph session, Catch on the Field, and Kids Run the Bases presented by Commonwealth Charter Academy. Plus, Dollar Hot Dog Days presented by Hatfield Quality Meats. Get your tickets at YorkRevolution.com.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Fans, it's time to go inside the clubhouse for the latest on your York Revolution and tonight's matchup. It's time for the Broadway Transmission Managers Report. Now, here's the manager of the Revs, Mark Mason.
Well, Mace, yesterday you get the win against Somerset. It all started with Jorge giving you 6 2/3, and when he's on like that and he's keeping hitters off balance, he's pretty much an artist out there, isn't he? He can change angles, different off-speed stuff. It's a lot of fun to watch.
It is a lot of fun to watch, and hopefully we'll get to watch it a little bit longer than just yesterday. But anyways, I mean, he does change his arm slots, and he throws every pitch from every arm slot, and when you do that, it makes it really hard on the hitter.
With the bullpen yesterday and piecing the end together, again, you go with 4 guys to get the final 7 outs. How do you think they did? And I know you had to bail Harris there, but trying to rest DeMarc, but of course you did have him available to come in and slam the door.
Yeah, well, I mean, in that situation, I wasn't going to use Michael unless it was a save situation. So, Tyrell has been throwing the ball really well. He's had a couple hiccups this homestand, but, overall his velocity's good. He's just been a little bit unlucky, and, but, I mean, that happens during the course of the year. So, but once we got into a save situation, we got Mike up and got him in the game.
Had the debut for Thurber in the middle of the order. He had a big RBI hit. And what do you think of the way that he swung, having not seen live pitching, and also, for that matter, the way that he tracked things in left field yesterday?
Well, I thought he did well tracking the ball. He did misplay one ball up off the wall real high earlier in the game, but I mean that's just from not being out there doing batting practice and actually working that wall, because we hit a lot of baseballs off that wall during batting practice, so the left fielders here get a chance to see how the ball reacts. So, but I mean, he tracks the ball well. I liked his routes and the angles to the ball that he took. I thought his approach at the plate was good. I thought maybe a little bit long every once in a while with his swing plane, but other than that, came through at a big time for us with 2 outs. And we're going to run him out there again today. I like what I see in batting practice. I just maybe knocked the rust off for him a little bit. It's been a while since he's seen live pitching, and we'll see what we have.
Are you excited when you get a new hitter in to turn him loose with Polo and let them get some time with him for the first time? I mean, he's had a real impact on a lot of guys that you brought in.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Polo, he knows what he's talking about when it comes to hitting, and he takes time to get to watch the guys swing, and he doesn't make comments right away. He kind of tries to figure out what they want to do or what they're thinking about doing, and then it's a give and take situation. And he has a great memory. He can tell you how Cafe hit 5 years ago. I mean, he can still tell you his stance and his hand positioning. So he has a great memory for the hitters, and he'll tell them, hey, when you were going well, you were doing this, now you're doing this, and the guys come to him. He works early with the guys. He stays after the game. Sometimes they work downstairs if a guy has a rough night. So he's always there for them, and I know it's exciting for the hitters to come here and have a guy that's willing to give you as much time as Polo does.
Castillo went yard yesterday, and today DHing him and hitting him 5th. Is he in your mind, is he one of your better opposite field hitters on the team?
Well, I mean, he's actually one of our better hitters on the team. It's just when you have, the catching position, I mean, Tejada's been tearing it up too, so it's kind of hard to get everybody in the lineup. But I like Keith, and I really like it when he swings it from the left side. I think he has a lot of power left-handed, and it gives us another opportunity to break up our right-handers in the lineup. So, we'll swing him in there in the 5 spot today, and, and hopefully he can have a good result like yesterday.
Big milestone for Dre yesterday, his 500th hit with York, and the next one will be his 1,000th as a pro, but over half of those have been here. Do you feel like he's getting close to getting hot again? I mean, you can kind of see it brewing. I know you've seen that for a few years now.
Well, I can always tell by his batting practice. Sometimes I'll give him a day off. It's rare, but sometimes I'll give him a day off. I mean, he'll look a little tired sometimes with his swing, and he'll try to go out and get the ball instead of let it come to him. And those are all signs that hitters are tired. They're not trusting their hands enough at that point. But, it's been a pleasure, actually, to throw him batting practice every year since he's been here. if I had $1 for every home run he's hit off me at batting practice, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I can tell you that. So I know what he's capable of, and he's just a pleasure to have as part of the team. But I'm really happy for him. He's consistent with what he does year in and year out. Every hitter goes into slumps, but he really doesn't stay there for long. And once he gets cranked up, it's really fun to watch. So. I think he's getting close, and I'm just going to try not to burn him out too much before we get to the middle of June. So, I think he is getting closer.
Got Matt Neal today. What do you think he's got to do to get out of this rut that he's been in the last couple starts?
Well, I think he has to clean up what's between his ears, to be honest. I think physically he's okay, and I think it's anybody that had a little something going on with their body. Sometimes your mind is the last thing to be convinced, and he's healthy. He just has to go out there and be more aggressive with his body physically. And I think if he does that, we'll see the Matt that we saw in spring training, where he was throwing 93, 94 mile an hour, and with good downward plane. So, but if he's not aggressive, the ball will stay up and it'll be flat, and it'll be 10 to 15 mile an hour less than what we saw early in the year and in his previous seasons here before. So I just hope he comes out and is real aggressive and just doesn't think about everything and just throw the ball. He's good enough to do that.
All right, Mace, thanks a lot. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Darryl Henry with Mark Mason on your Broadway Transmission Managers Report. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID here on Revs Radio WOYK.
First in York. First in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350. WOYK, York, Pennsylvania.
Will DeBoer with you on your WOYK Revs pregame show. Darryl Henry will be back in a moment. Once I let him out of the basement, I usually keep him in during the second segment. For now, the starting lineups brought to you by Flying Feet. For Brett Jody's second-place Somerset Patriots, Michael Jones leading off. He's the shortstop. Aaron Eggleston is batting second in left field today. Eric Ferris back in the lineup. He's batting third, playing second base. Ferris comes in, your seventh leading hitter in the Atlantic League at a .311 batting average. Ryan LaHare DHing and batting cleanup. Brad Snyder, the right fielder, is batting fifth. Matt Fields, the first baseman, bats sixth. Carlos Guzman at the third base position. He's batting seventh. Trayvon Robinson out in center field. He's batting eighth. And then Robert Krall, yesterday's catcher, is batting ninth and catching, and they'll try and put runs on the board for Sean Garceau. The line once again on Garceau, who up until this point has been with Southern Maryland. This year he is 1-2 with a .519 ERA in 5 starts and 1 relief appearance. For Mark Mason's York Revolution, Alfredo Marte getting another nod in the leadoff slot. He's in right field. Marte off to a hot start in his new uniform. He is 3 for 8 with 3 runs and 2 doubles. Isaiah Tejeda was 4th yesterday in hitting, didn't do anything, sat on the bench and moved up to 3. That's a pretty good day of nothing much at all. Tejeda at .337 is batting second and catching this afternoon. Joel Guzman, what kind of a tear he's been on. He's third baseman today. He is batting third as he has throughout this homestand. Coincidence? Possibly. Probably not, though. This man loves to hit at home. Guzman is hitting .413. He's at 5 homers with 21 of his 26 league-leading RBIs coming in the friendly confines here. Telvin Nash, the league's leading slugger at 11 home runs, is batting 4th. He's your first baseman this afternoon. Keith Castillo, after the home run yesterday, will get a rare look at DH. He is batting 5th and DHing from the switch side. He'll bat left-handed against the righty Garceau. Andres Perez, newly minted Mr. 500 in York Revolution lore. 1 hit away from 1,000 in his career. He'll play second base and bat 6th today. The new guy, Charlie Thurber, is out in left, batting 7th. Thurber got off to a good start yesterday. 1 for 4 with an RBI single back in the 5th inning. I got a chance to speak with him earlier today. Didn't have time to carry the interview this afternoon, but Darryl will have it tomorrow when the team is in Bridgeport. And in the meantime, you can check it out on the WOYK SoundCloud page, also Facebook and Twitter. Josh Wilson, the shortstop, is batting 8th. followed by Michael Rocket, who's out in center field, batting ninth. Rocket, of course, a man who can play short. He can play center. He can play left. He can play right. He could probably play the fiddle if you asked him. But he's batting ninth as he has usually. And Matt Neal will get another start on the hill for the Revolution, the man from Mesa, Arizona. So good for the Revs over the past couple of seasons, he'll try and find his mojo again. 5 starts prior to this, 1-0 with a 5.21 ERA. Coming off of a no decision where he lasted a season-low 2 1/3 innings for the Revolution, giving up 10 hits, 7 runs, 5 of them earned. As Neal and the Revs take the field right now, Telvin Nash first out as usual. They're wearing those traditional white uniforms that just exude baseball tradition. Really great to see. Somerset wearing the alternate blue uniforms, same they have for Saturday and Sunday. Neal's best start came against Sugar Land on the first Friday of the season at Peoples Bank Park. That was back on May 29th, where he gave up just 2 hits against Sugar Land. 1 run in 5 innings, picking up his only win and his only decision of the year thus far. The big man from Mesa, product of BYU, took a couple of years off in college to go on a Mormon mission to New York City. When he came back, a walk-on member of the BYU baseball team, and it's been pretty smooth sailing for him to this point. Man who found the rhythm. We'll see if he can find the rhythm once again. And as if Mace is correct in thinking that it's all in the mind, you know, we could be in for a good day if Neal can wrap his mind around the fact that he is here, he is on the mound, and it's time for him to do his job. Well, I've stretched that out for just about as long as it can go, so we're going to bring Darrell Henry back in here to help me limp to the finish line.
Oh, great job, Will, and you let me finish my Ritas before the game started today, so I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thanks to Joyce for bringing that by, as always. Well, Neal, indeed, his first 3 starts this year, just 1 run given up in each, but the last 2, he's given up 10 hits in each, a total of 6 innings, 20 hits, 10 runs, 8 earned, but the Revs have come back to win both of those games, including from down 7-0 on Wednesday night to beat Southern Maryland 9-7, so no decisions for him, 3 straight no decisions, 4 total in 5 starts with 1 win, and the Revs are 5-0 in his starts.
Well, just as that, there are pitchers you just can't score for. There are pitchers you can't help but score for. Neal's one of them.
There's our Dasher Investment Services first pitch, and it's up high on Michael Jones leading things off. The Revs ended his hitting streak yesterday as we get underway at 5-10, just as they anticipated with the ceremonies. Next one is a called strike on the outside corner. Jones, a 9-game streak ended yesterday. He's still hitting .462 his last 10. Pitch from Neal is down and away. And today, his 29th birthday. We moved him into the leadoff spot at the start of this series. And he's jumped from under 200 to 296 on the recent surge. The 2-1, and he missed up high. Our plate ump today, Brian DeBrouwer, who joins the crew for the first time. Derek Moshe at first, Joe Del Balso at third.
Those are D umpires.
Pitch from Neal is swung on and launched in the air in left center. Michael Rocket's got a beat on it. He's there and playing in center today. He'll make the catch for the first out. First time that Neal will face the Patriots here this season. And Aaron Eggleston up next. Eggleston at 269 entering play today, 4 home runs. One of those was here the other night. Came in Friday's game. Pitch from Neal is over for a strike. Mid-80s here early today, but if he can keep it down, he can get away with that. 0-1 offering is in the same spot, down in the zone and ahead quickly.
Really, that's how you got to call any sort of game here at Peoples Bank Park. Just keep the ball low. So many ways you can hit it out here.
Now winds and deals, and a swing at a pop fly, shallow right center, and this one's going to drop in. A bloop hit for Eggleston, who lobbed it Out over Perez, sprinting out from second. Neither outfielder could get to it in right center. And a blue pit has Somerset's first base runner.
Right in the Bermuda Triangle, equidistant from all three of those guys.
Neal, of course, does have the ability to sit mid-80s and then rush it up a bit higher, but velocity a little bit of a concern his last couple of starts. Here's Eric Ferris, who's back in today after a day off. And the first one from Neal is upstairs. Ferris 7th in the league in hitting at .311. He's hit safely in 15 of his last 17. Takes a look down at the third base coach's box. Did have a bunt hit here on Saturday night, and he shows bunt as Neal delivers a cutter for a strike. By the way, our game time temp on weather.com listed at 84. Feels like 87. Here on a mostly sunny, even though there's some white cloud cover, sun forcing through, Memorial Day afternoon. The 1-1 to Ferris, and it misses upstairs. I think the board in left center, I'm squinting to see it with sunlight, but 91 maybe?
That's what it had.
Yeah?
Yeah, that feels like temperature. I think weather's getting down on itself. You know, it could be 87, but no, I still feel like 77. You know, I could go run a few laps. Oh, don't you wish it just worked like that?
Pitch from Neal is fouled off. That'll find the roof. And he evens things at 2-2. I wish a lot of things worked differently than what they do.
Oh, don't I know it.
What flavor of Rita's for you today, by the way?
Mango.
I went strawberry cheesecake this
good
afternoon.
choice.
There's the stretch, the 2-2. And a swing and a foul. Almost the same spot. This one will avoid the roof, though, and hit upstairs. Patriots are heading to Southern Maryland after the game. The Revs tomorrow morning will be heading to Bridgeport for 3 and then right back home. Now Neal to the letters. Lifts and fires, and a curveball slipped very high. It'll be a full count. Tejeda back in behind the plate. Quickly getting out of his crouch to receive that ball. Have Tejeda and Castillo in the lineup today. Castillo DHing. Now Neal ready. And the payoff pitch missed up high. And ball 4 on Ferris, who he was ahead of, or actually was even with, I should say. And then lost him to the free pass. And Neal's walks have been a little bit higher than normal. 9 in 19 innings coming in for his career. He's been a guy that's averaged about 1.8 per 9 innings.
4-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio coming in, and it's really taken a hit this year. Strikeouts way down, walks way up.
Now the hits were low until the last 2 starts. 2 on with 1 out. Brian Lahair, the DH, digs in. First pitch is right down the chute for a strike. His first 3 starts, 13 innings, just 10 hits and 3 runs. Well, we mentioned 10 hits each of the last 2 outings. Lahair hitting at .261. And Neal delivers. Swinging a ground ball right side. Nash backhands, only plays at first. He'll flip and lead Neal to the bag. Neal covers. Both runners move up with 2 outs.
We're catching Telvin Nash in the midst of a really good stretch for him in the field. He has locked into that glove. Not the easiest of plays to try and track that down. It was moving kind of fast out there, but when you're locked in like that, everything moves slower and you can just pick it up and make it look easy.
Neal, a good athlete too. He was there in plenty of time coming off the mound.
Oh, and he used to be a swimmer. They're all great athletes.
Here's Brad Snyder, second and third, 2 outs. First pitch is taken down low.
Speaking of swimming, are you getting excited for the Olympics coming up, Darryl?
Yeah, and we're going to have coverage on WOYK all throughout. I mean, I wouldn't swim in their natural water.
Yeah.
There's a changeup that misses high and away.
We can say that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course we can. We're an NBC affiliate.
But we'll broadcast regarding those that are willing to swim in it. And now Mace is going to call time, and Neal missing high with that last one. And Chong's not joining him, so this is not a medical concern. I think Mace might want to try to help Matt get mentally locked in here.
We've seen the Revs be able to come back from early deficits a lot of times in this series. That 7-run comeback that set a record against Southern Maryland earlier in the week. Saturday night, when they gave up 4 runs on the first 9 pitches, ended up tying at 5-5 after 2. Still, it's not a situation that you want to get yourself in very often, you know. What's the phrase? You sleep in the bed you make, or something like that?
That's close.
Yeah,
that might be it.
If you make the bed, you got to sleep in it or something. I don't know.
I know what you mean.
Yep.
Here's the stretch from Neal after the visit. 2-0 is in there for a strike, a cutter. I think that was as much of anything from Mace, maybe a verbal kick in the pants of encouragement. Try to get him back in the right frame as he misses up high here, 3-1. We see Butch do that in Lancaster from time to time. Actually, he does it pretty often. We don't see Mace do it that often, but occasionally he will. Now the stretch and the 3-1, and it's in the dirt. Tejeda keeps it nearby. Ball 4 to Snyder, and that'll load the bases. And Neal working on a 22-pitch first inning. And he'll try to keep it scoreless, facing Matt Fields.
Well, he's picked the right man to face in the situation. Now, I know that Fields has got some power, but he's a loose cannon at the plate. 47 strikeouts on the year. That is the most in the Atlantic League. So if you can get a couple in the dirt, he might actually give you a gift.
Neal's first pitch, down and away, just off the plate. Last season, Fields was quite possibly their biggest second half addition en route to their championship, but hitting .242 this year with those strikeout totals. 1-0, and he swings and misses on a fastball to the outer edge. Does have 3 home runs this year. Last season, he hit 5 in only 14 games. I mean, he was fearsome. And then 2 in 1 championship series game, game 3. There's the 1-1. Swing and a miss on a slider away. Neal can see his way out of it.
I would put one on the ground. If you trust Tejeda behind the plate, and I trust him, he's been playing very well as a defensive catcher, see if you can get Fields chasing. Throw him some junk that he doesn't have any business swinging at.
Sign given. Here's the 1-2. And a swing and a miss. He struck him out. Got him on the cutter away. Not in the dirt, but it was off the plate. And Matt Neal escapes. No runs, 1 hit. He leaves them loaded. At the end of a half, it's the Patriots nothing. The Revs coming up.
Hey, sports fans, great news. Now you can listen to Sports Radio 1350 anywhere with the new WOYK mobile apps. Stranded in Siberia? No problem. Kidnapped by wolves? It's not as bad as you may think. Wherever you are, WOYK is with you on the brand new mobile apps. York's only local sports station just went mobile and global. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
The War of the Roses is the grittiest Revolution battle since Bunker Hill, and in 2016, it's bigger than ever. Sponsored by PNC Bank, the 20-game series between York and Lancaster now has unique on-field hats that will be worn exclusively during these contests. Pick up the ticket plan that nets you all 10 home games against the Barnstormers and receive a replica of the York War of the Roses hat. Be on site each and every time the Revs take on their Cross River rivals. Enlist today at 801-HITS or in person at the Apple Chevrolet ticket office.
What's up, y'all?
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
And you're listening to the best.
Oh, okay. Mattingly and the Dodgers realized it wasn't working out. Nobody wants to say somebody was fired. Nobody wants to say somebody was resigned. Now, I know it's semantics here. Mattingly's gone and the Dodgers move on. I do think it's best for both because I think with new management, they want their guy. They want a sabermetrics, an analytics guy. Mattingly was not that guy.
Dan Patrick.
Don't be a hater.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK. Your teams all the time. Your only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
No score at the end of the half. Revs come to bat against Sean Garceau, who won a ring with the Revs back in 2011. Had been with Southern Maryland the last couple of years after being traded from Long Island. But a move that surprised many around the league, including me, quite frankly. A solid starter, not always easy to find. Southern Maryland released him, and it didn't take long for him to find new work. He'll make his first start with Somerset today.
Hasn't taken him long to take to his new team either, Darryl. He's wearing a bright red glove.
Yeah. Alfredo Marte will lead off and looks at a strike on the outer half. Now Garceau on a mound that is very familiar to him through a 4-hit shutout here in 2011. And Marte swings and pops one up. At third base, it's Carlos Guzman walking into foul territory, now back into fair territory sideways. And he stays with it to make the catch. A high pop-up for Marte, and the flag at half staff is blowing from left to right today.
Oh. See, it changed direction now from what it was in the pregame.
Tricky around these parts. Here's Isaiah Tejeda, who, as Will mentioned yesterday, the day off, but he moved from 4th to 3rd in the league in hitting by sitting and watching. Hitting at .337. Our video board today, very patriotic. A lot of red, white, and blue mixed in with the American flag as Tejeda jumps back. Garceau crowding him in on the first pitch. Garceau with Southern Maryland 1-2 with a 5.19 ERA. In 6 outings, 5 starts. Pitch here is down and away. But to me, he was hardly their problem. I mean, that was basically their overall team ERA is where he was, and he certainly was not the biggest issue that they had. Here's the 2-0, and that misses down low. I don't know. I know they felt like they had too many starters and had to cut down, but I'm not sure he would have been the guy. Somerset needed one because Efrain Nieves left for Taiwan. 3-0 to Tejeda is down low, and that's ball 4. A 1-out base runner here in the first.
That might be something to get Tejeda going. He's hit a bit of a rough patch here. He's only 4 for 17 on this homestand. 2 of those hits home runs. But any way he can get on base will certainly be welcome. We'll see how he responds to a bit of a lull after that massive 10-game hitting streak earlier in the month.
Here's a guy who does not know what the word lull means here at People's Bank Park, Joel Guzman.
He might just be thinking we're saying LOL with an accent.
Now he digs in, 1 on, 1 out. Pitch from Garceau is right down the middle for a strike. Guzman at home hitting .413. Overall, 6th in the league in hitting at .312. The 7 homers are tied for 2nd. And he leads the league in ribbies by 1 with 26. Here's the stretch and the pitch. And a swing and a miss. He let it rip, swung right through it.
And he's trying to put a bow on another fantastic homestand. 11 for 24. 2 doubles, 2 homers, and 8 RBIs that saw him take the league lead. This is very reminiscent of his first home series back that started in April.
0-2, and a swing and a pop-up at first base. Matt Fields into foul ground. Brian Pound's coaching will get out of his way, and Fields makes the catch. The Revs are resting both Brian Pounds and James Simmons today. It's a 3-man position player bench after Nick Ferdinand was released yesterday. And Michael Burgess went to Mexico. Salvador Paniagua also is available off the bench this afternoon.
I can't imagine what we're seeing him, though, with Castillo DHing. He's your emergency catcher.
Here's Talvin Nash, no score, first inning. Runner at first with 2 outs. And Garceau to the plate. It is right there for a strike. Nash on a 9-game hitting streak, hitting at .400. And the vast majority of those hits have not been home runs. It's really been an overall threat. The 0-1, and a slider in the dirt, and blocked up the first base line by Rob Crowell. Tejeda stays right where he is.
Telvin's only got 1 home run this week. He's 8 for 23 on the homestand, but he was so far in front in the league lead that, boy, he's still got a mote's worth of home runs between himself and second place. He's still at 11. Barfield, Snyder, and our own Joel at 7.
A 1-1, and a fastball just missed up and in. Garceau, 26 innings, 35 hits, only 6 walks though. The 2-1, and a swing and a miss, a slider down and away. He's been a postseason nemesis of Somerset from his time with Long Island. A couple of wins in the 2013 championship series against Somerset.
Perhaps this was a preemptive signing for the Patriots. Say, oh no, he's not going to beat us this year.
Now ready to go. The 2-2, and a called third strike. Down and away, and it caused a look back of disbelief from Talvin Nash. He puts his hands on his hips. Brian DeBrouwer is happy to have the conversation with him, but the inning's over. No runs, no hits, and 1 left. Polo wants to protect Talvin, who says, no, I'm fine, I'm calm. But it's still scoreless as we head to the second.
Broadway transmission? I don't know how they do it.
We've been in business for 60 years at the same location.
I don't know how they do it.
It's our long-term nationwide warranties.
Oh, and don't forget our online appointment scheduling.
I still don't know how they do it.
They toted my van at no cost with my repair.
It's our ATRA certified technicians. Don't forget the good-looking genius in the office.
Come on, man. I know they help me with financing. Still, with my bad credit, I don't know how they do it.
I did my research and felt comfortable that Broadway is a AAA approved specialty repair shop. I showed my AAA card and saved some hard-earned cash.
I was happy to get a $100 rebate in the mail after the job was done.
I sure don't know how they do it, but I do know they get it done, and they get it done right.
Broadway Transmission. We'll get your shift together and back on the road fast. Check us out on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
Hey Revs fans, want to get in the game? You can throw out an honorary first pitch this season by bringing a group to People's Bank Park. Select groups who reserve tickets in the month of May will receive the first pitch courtesy of Bell Socialization Services with support from Adhesives Research. For information, call Reed Gunderson at 717-801-4498. Celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, Bell provides housing supports and living skills training to more than 1,400 people every year here in South Central PA through its mental health, intellectual disability, and homeless service programs. Bell Socialization Services, empowering lives every day.
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
No score as we head to the second inning here on Memorial Day afternoon from People's Bank Park. Carlos Guzman named our K-Man today. The one-time Rev will lead things off. 26-pitch first inning for Neal. And his first one in the second sits a little high, a slider. Guzman at 200 with the average, does have 3 homers. 1-0 is in there for a called strike. He was one of the most consistent hitters in the league, quite frankly, last year on a not-so-good Camden team. Pitch from Neal is in there again, and a called strike to make it 1-2. Everybody thought that it was a huge off-season pickup for Somerset. It still might be, but a slow start for him at the plate. Here's the 1-2, and a swing and a pop fly, center field. Michael Rocket, his former Camden teammate, reading it, and he's got it. Though the leadoff man retired, maybe Guzman, who's been a career outfielder, he's being asked to play third base for them, and maybe that's affected his hitting. Who knows? Maybe he doesn't even know. I want to put that label on him, but he has been playing at a different position early this season with David Vidal's injury. Here's Trayvon Robinson. Neal the pitch, and he misses up high.
And maybe the inconsistency he's getting at that position, because he's playing right field on days that he's not at third base, so he can forget all he's learned in third base and go back to playing outfield.
Fastball down in the dirt, and a 2-0 count.
That was Daniel Murphy's problem for all those years, at least when he was in New York. They always moved him around. You know, he was a tenuous second baseman at best, but then you put him at first base and he forgets a little bit. Third base for a while. They try him at the corner outfield when he first came up.
Pitch to Robinson is fouled, back against the screen. It's 2-1.
Washington's using him as purely a second baseman, and it's paying spectacular dividends so far this year. He's hitting like .390 last I checked. You know, once he doesn't have to think about the position, and, well, frankly, he doesn't think much at all at the position, but he can focus on the hitting.
And the next one is skied to left field. This will send Thurber back deep on it, and he will have room right near the shadow line of the arch nemesis, right by the front of the track. He's got his shades on out there today, and did the right thing there. He started back, figured out where the wall was and how much room he had, and then he knew what he had to work with and actually came in a step to squeeze it. And we'll hear from Charlie, most likely tomorrow night from Bridgeport. Will was able to catch up with him for a couple of minutes today. 2 down, here is Rob Crowell rounding out their order. Hitting at .289, left-hand hitting catcher. And Neal with the pitch, it's a shade high. Crowell third in the league in walks with 18, despite only playing a little over half the time. This is the 1-0, and that's high as well. And the one thing concerning with Neal in the early going today is when he's missed, it's been up. The flag is at a complete standstill at the moment, as the 2-0 is right down the middle for a strike. Patriots 21-16. 13-0 start, 8-16 since. They enter play today a game behind Long Island. Revs at 22-15, tied with the Ducks for the league's best record, as a slider misses high. And they are a game in front of Sugar Land, who's taken one on the chin in Lancaster. If the Revs can win, they'll be 2 up. Pitch to Crowell is up and away, and Neal issues his third walk. A 2-out walk to keep the inning alive, and again, that's something that's been uncharacteristic of Matt early this season. We go to the top of their order, and Michael Jones, who flew to center his first time. Revs had all these birthdays in a row last week. And as we said, Michael Jones celebrating his 29th here today. And Neal from the stretch. Guzman in at third. Pitch to Jones is right over for a strike.
So many birthdays in this league right around Memorial Day. So you have to think to yourself, what on earth happened in late August in 85 and 86? Something good, apparently.
Here's the 0-1, and that's in the dirt. Blocked by Tejeda in front, but Crowell took off, and he'll make it, sliding in ahead of the throw. Tejeda had to scamper out onto the grass in front of home plate. It'll be a wild pitch.
You don't have to answer that question if you don't want to.
Well, I'm curious there now, and I have no idea what happened.
Yeah, no major sports seasons end.
Did you see that commercial with all the Super Bowl
Oh,
babies?
I was thinking the very same. That was just a fantastic commercial.
This is the 1-1, and it cuts off the plate away.
The fact that they got sealed to perform that parody with all the Super Bowl babies just puts the icing on the cake. I love subtlety, don't you?
Uh-huh. Oh, that one in the dirt, and spiked right past Tejeda. So Crowell moves to third on a second wild pitch. That one a hard bounce right past him.
As they say in Minnesota, all jeepers, here we go.
I really can't. The Summer Olympics were in '84. Like, I'm trying to think
in
of
Los Angeles.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of events in August.
When did we invade Grenada? In '83. Was that fall?
I'm not. I'd have to look it up. There's a called strike. 3-2. I don't know. Maybe that would do it for some people. I don't know. I'm exhausted after all this thinking. Here's the stretch from Neal. And the payoff pitch. Swinging a grounder near the line at third and just foul. Derek Moshe on it. No argument from Glenn Barker. His dugout asking him, did it miss the line? He looks in and says, yeah, it missed.
Oh. From first glance, I thought it might have actually gone fair, but Barker's got a far better angle than I do, and if he's fine about it, I guess it was foul.
And Neal again, and he missed up and in. Another walk. That's the fourth in the first 2 innings. Maybe all the hits in the past 2 starts, maybe he's trying to be a little too fine here today and stay out of the middle. Nothing here in the second, and he'll have to face Aaron Eggleston to keep it that way. And certainly expect Michael Jones to try to run. He's got 13 steals, tied for second in the league. Eggleston a bloop base hit in the first. And Neal the pitch. It is just off away. And that was a close one that the Revs would have liked to have gotten. By the way, on our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard, it was a 10-4 final in Lancaster, Sugarland losing. Bridgeport's beaten Southern Maryland 7-3. The 1-0, and that's down and in. Neal's now at 48 pitches here with the second innings still going.
Nobody up in the pen yet for York. I would not expect that to be the case for very long.
On the 2-0, got that one in. A strike down in the zone. Well, it won't be Micah Owings today. He's a little sore after a side session, so he's working through that. He had been backing up Neal. 2-1 is across the plate, and that's a called strike to even things up. They're trying to come back and work out of it here.
I guess Gailey might get a look today. He only threw 6 pitches, getting 1 out yesterday.
Well, the stretch, the 2-2. There goes Jones, and a swing and a tapper to short. And Eggleston never left the box, and Wilson throws to first, but they're going to call time and send Crowell back to third, and they're going to award Eggleston first. It's catcher's interference. And he never left the box. He evidently knew that right away. And apparently made contact with Tejeda's glove, and Isaias will be charged with an error on that. No at bat for Eggleston. And the base is now loaded. No wonder he didn't run. So Crowell has to stay at third. Eggleston awarded first, which moves Jones up automatically. And loaded for Eric Ferris, who lays off low and away. It's the first catcher's interference we've seen this season. Doesn't happen often, maybe a couple of times a year. Ferris a walk in the first. And Neal now with the 1-0. And that's a smidge high.
Nate's talking about Neal's mental struggles now in the game. I imagine something like that has got to set him back even further. He's out of the inning pretty much. Tejeda reaching the mid in there and making contact, and he thinks, okay, now I got to go back there and do it again.
The 2-0. Now down low. Now falls behind 3-0 and a pitch away from the first run of the game coming home. No score here in the second inning, but some real two-out trouble after he had the first 2 outs. The 3-0, and that's over the middle for a strike. Had the first 2 outs rather quickly, which would have been just what the doctor ordered to get through the inning quickly, but now has to scratch and claw. And the 3-1, swung on, driven in the air, deep down the line in left field. It hooks just foul. And it might have been high enough for a slam. It was really close to the corner of the arch nemesis. Ferris, fortunately for the Revs, was just a hair early. And it didn't have much hook, but just enough. A scary foul. It's a full count. Thing had some backspin on it too. And now the runners will be on the go from all 3 bases. Neal looks in, he comes set. And the payoff pitch, up and in, ball 4. And Somerset with the first run of the game, 1-0. It'll be an RBI for Ferris, who walks for the second time. Neal arguing, where was that? It's the 3rd walk of the inning and his 5th already.
Run's got to be unearned because of the error charge against Tejeda.
Last inning, he left them loaded. This inning, he was a pitch away from doing the same. But now 1-0, and he'll try to leave him loaded after the run scores. Here's Brian LaHare, and the first one's high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. LaHare grounded to first base back in the first inning. Revs are 5-1 on this homestand entering this finale. The 1-0 pitch is over at the belt, and that's a called strike. Trying to go 6-1 and win 3 out of 4 against Somerset. The Patriots have the game's first run. This next pitch will be Neal's 60th in the first 2 innings. 1-1, down and in, and Tejeda makes a run-saving backhand pick with Michael Jones hop-stepping down the line from third. He was ready to take off. Neal was lifted after 49 and 58 pitches respectively, going back his last 2 starts. He's already over that today. His most pitches this year, 80 in his season debut in 4 innings. The 2-1 and a foul back into the netting. So once again, he's 1 pitch away from putting a stop to the rally. 1 run is home. 2-2 on LaHare, the former Cubs All-Star, back in 2012. And Neal, a long look in, he comes set. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a floater foul, third base side. That'll get into the stands. Revs are playing LaHare to pull. Wilson at short is pretty far up the middle. The base runners this inning, walk, catcher's interference, walk, after the first 2 outs had been made. Now the stretch. Another 2-2. Fastball just inside. Neal started to walk off the mound. He flipped the glove up to himself upon seeing that Brian DeBrouwer was not going to punch out LaHare.
Neal's reaction, he took the glove off and tossed it up. And speaking of mental toughness, now he's got to make a 3-2 pitch after he thought he had him. He's ready. And the full count offering, swung on, hit high in the air, in left. Thurber chasing it, back onto the track. He's going to have just enough room. Man, was that close to real trouble. Even if it hadn't gotten out, if it was off the wall, 3 would have scored. But Thurber the catch with maybe 2 steps to spare on the track in left. 1 unearned run, no hits, 1 error, bases left loaded. We go to the bottom of the second, it's 1-0 Somerset.
It's the angles, the ball skills, the corner kicks. It's knowing how to shield a defender off the ball. It's knowing how to make a wall pass. It's knowing how to curl the ball, how to chip it, how to trap it, how to launch it, how to finish it. It's soccer, and nobody knows that better than Flying Feet sports shoes. Flying Feet. Suit up for soccer at Flying Feet, where players new to the game find everything they need, and collegiate-level players find all that and more. Soccer shoes for men, women, and children from the names that know the game. Adidas, Diadora, Lotto, and Nike. Players choose Flying Feet to get the right shoe at the right price, plus a huge selection of soccer socks, soccer shorts, shin guards, and sports bags. Even referees get the nod at Flying Feet, where refs come for all their gear. Individual players, entire teams, if it's soccer, it's Flying Feet sports shoes, the sportswear specialty store without specialty store prices. Flying Feet. 1511 Mount Rose Avenue, just off exit 18 of I-83, next to Battery Warehouse.
Hi, this is Tom Dasher, president of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in retirement planning and strategies to meet individual personal goals. Whether you are looking for wealth accumulation or to maximize your retirement income. Oh, heck, this is sounding just like another commercial. Hey, listen, it's this simple. We use risk-free investment vehicles, whether you are looking to still build wealth accumulation or you want retirement income or a combination of both. It is all about getting your money parked in the place that will benefit you the most. If you want to do that, call me. My office number is 246-3879, or my mobile is 487-2096, or contact me at my new website at tomdasher.com.
For local sports on your smartphone, search WOIK at the App Store.
Nothing. Somerset leads. Bottom of the second, here from Peoples Bank Park on Memorial Day. Matt Neal, 64 pitches through 2. That was 38 in the second inning, but he's stranded 6 now. Through 2 innings, it could have been worse.
Well, if he doesn't have a career in baseball, he can always join the circus as the high wire act.
My, he walked the tightrope there. Keith Castillo leads off. He shortens, and Garceau pops a strike across.
Michael Click got up to warm at some point during that inning. I don't see him or Peniagua out towards the bullpen right now. Maybe that was just a safety net.
0-1 is swung on and ripped to right, a base hit. Keith Castillo, he's in there as the DH for his bat today. He homered the other way yesterday and rips a single to right, the Revs' first hit. Came in hitting at 286. And with 3 catchers, they're able to do that. Get 2 of them in there. Might see more of that, who knows? They are resting Pounds and Simmons today, so that does make a difference. But Castillo able to hop in there at one of those spots in the order. Here's Andres Perez, whose next hit will be his 1,000th as a pro, and the pitch from Garceau is up high. Hit number 500 with York yesterday on, very fittingly, a double, another record that he far and away owns in the Revs record books. There's the stretch from Garceau. And the 1-0 swung on and popped up foul toward the York dugout. Crowell and Fields will give a look, but lands right on the dugout roof.
And Dre got a nice ovation from the fans here when they flashed that 500 hit card on the scoreboard yesterday. He tipped the cap, pointing to a couple of people in the crowd there. He's not a guy who keeps track of his stats, but when he reaches a milestone like that, certainly appreciative, and he was honestly flattered by the way that the fans received that yesterday.
Well, we keep track. Here's
Yeah.
the pitch to him, and he swings and lines it to left field. It is off the wall. Number 1,000. Eggleston fires in. Castillo will hold at second. It's a single for Perez. Another day, another milestone, and it's his 1,000th career hit. As he waves his helmet to the crowd again. Have yourself a Memorial Day weekend, Dre. They have the ball in the dugout. Another standing O for him.
Now he's going to start to thinking, okay, what happens the next time I get hit here?
Now he's going to be looking every time. High off the arch nemesis. It's a single, and the Revs have 2 on with nobody out. Hit number 501 with York as he starts on the next 500. Here's Charlie Thurber. And Garceau, the pitch, a swing and a miss, a changeup from the righty. Thurber 1 for 4 with an RBI single in his debut yesterday. You know, I guess we could get ready for Dre's 800th total base. He's now at 796. We could get ready for his 1,700th at bat. He's now at 1,698.
Why do I gotta celebrate everything? We should just say, hey, man, nice job.
Just give him a standing O every time he bats. Pitch to Thurber is hit the other way toward the left field corner. Eggleston lays out and can't get it. Castillo around third. He'll score. Dre slides in at third, and Thurber's in at second. RBI double the other way, and the Revs tie it 1-1 here in the second inning. Back-to-back games, his first 2 with York with an RBI hit. This one's his first extra base hit, and they were playing him to pull. Eggleston was way out near the gap and couldn't get to it. Sprinting toward the line and laying out. And the Revs now in prime position to take the lead, second and third with still no outs. Here's Josh Wilson, who's hit safely in 6 straight. Corners are halfway in, middle is back. Pitch from Garceau, darts away. A curveball missing. Wilson hitting .360 on the 6-game streak. Up to .265 overall. Garceau, a couple of shake-offs and ready. And the 1-0, swinging a foul tip, straight back into the netting. Right next to Michael Rocket, who waits on deck. Revs now with 3 hits to Somerset's 1. The Patriots scoring an unearned run in the top half. Revs have answered back, and now trying to go in front. They set up in. And the 1-1 to Wilson, up and in. 2 balls and a strike. Revs hitting a whopping .313 here at home, where they're 15-5. Dre at third, Thurber at second. Here's the stretch, the pitch, and a breaking ball in the dirt. Bounces to the backstop. Perez will score easily. Thurber up to third. It's a wild pitch, and the Revs take a 2-1 lead. And Dre getting hugs from his teammates in the dugout, not just your normal high five and fist bump. And Mace will give him a hug as well, his skipper since 2013, pitching coach before that.
And batting practice, punching bag.
Oh, man. Oh, my, yes. Now the infield in, and the 3-1 to Wilson is swung on and chopped foul off the Patriot dugout fencing. Well, Perez does still have that home run record in his sights. He's 3 away from tying Noack with 56, so that's the next big one. Here's the stretch from Garceau. The 3-2. Strike 3 called. Fastball down and away. And Wilson shaking his head as he walks back to the dugout. That's out number 1. Revs a 2-1 lead, and got to find a way to get one more run home. Michael Rocket will stand in with 1 out. And I think Brian DeBrouwer just may have yelled back at the Revs dugout. The fans are all over him. First pitch to Rocket is a curveball away. Down near the York dugout, it's the fans that are really giving it to him. Here's the wind and the 1-0. And a swing and a foul out of play. Roof bound on the first base side. Oh, Talvin Nash was hollering at him. Thanks, Art. Nash was quite upset at strike 3 to end the first inning. A 1-1, and that's down and away. Garceau checking his landing after missing. So Nash hollered. DeBrouwer must have yelled back, and that had the fans up in arms and ready to pounce. The 2-1. Swung on, driven to right center. That'll get the run home. Robinson deep into the alley from center. He'll catch it on the track, but Rocket brings home Thurber. A sac fly, his 12th RBI, and the Revs lead it 3-1 here in the second. Excellent job with the runner at third and 1 out. The infield was in. He wanted one to elevate and drove it deep. And now back to the top of the order. And Alfredo Marte, who popped to third. He'll get his second cuts against Garceau. The pitch to him, it's outside, ball 1. Fastball at 88 from Garceau. He was low to mid-90s when he was here. Early in his career, he drops a curveball in for a strike on Marte. He was the kid with the golden arm when he got here as a 23-year-old. Fires and a swing and a little scraper, a swinging bunt over toward the line at first. Garceau gloves and makes the short toss to first to end the inning. But the Revs respond in a big way. 3 runs on 3 hits, including Dre's 1,000th as a pro and 501st with York. We go to the third inning. The Revs with a 3-1 lead.
The more we help the ones in need, the more progress our community will make.
By focusing on quality education, income opportunities, and basic health care,
all of York County can have access to the building blocks of a good quality of life.
Together we can load the bases for our community
and hit a home run.
Give generously to the 2016 United Way Community Fund.
Find out more and give now at unitedway-york.org.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Ross Brothers Barbecue is serving up the hits every Saturday night this season at People's Bank Park. Stop by Arch Street Eats on the third base corner and load up on delicious, fresh-made local barbecue. All of Ross' sauces and sides are made from scratch daily. All meats are smoked for an authentic barbecue done right. Ross Brothers also offers drive-through, dine-in, and carry-out from the restaurant at 3096 Carlisle Road in Dover, as well as delivery and full-service catering. Ross Brothers can cater any sized event from fundraisers to graduation parties to weddings. Ross Brothers Barbecue every Saturday night at People's Bank Park.
Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Revs have gone in front 3-1 as we go to the third inning. And a nice little pick-me-up for Matt Neal, who will try to find his rhythm today still. 64 pitches through 2, 26 in the first, 38 in a second inning in which he had the first 2 outs. Now this is a big inning for him as Brad Snyder digs in. And there is stirring in the Revs bullpen just in case. First pitch to Snyder is over for a strike. He's a walk recipient in the first inning. 5 walks the first 2. Here's the 0-1. And a swing and a foul tip off the glove of Tejeda and straight back. And encouraging to see Neal jump ahead with 2 quick strikes. 5, 6, and 7 in the order due here. Neal into his windup, the 0-2, and misses way high. That was a little too high to get a chase, which is what he was going for. The kick and the 1-2. And a curveball, foul tip. That got the plate ump to Brower in the chest protector, I believe, as it deflected away. And a strange bounce from our vantage point. Revs back home Friday, the first War of the Roses home series coming up. Neal delivers, and a breaking ball missed very high. He's just struggling to find the command here, which command is something that's been a hallmark of his career. Now the wind and the 2-2. And a swing and a drive, hit high and deep to right. Marte will just watch it, and that's on the roof of the clubhouse. Brad Snyder with a tape measure shot to right. His 4th home run of the year. And the Patriots get a run back. It's 3-2. Now Neal struggling to find the command and just kind of guiding one in there, trying to feel for it. And he left it up, middle of the plate, and Snyder was all over it. It's a guy that you don't want to make a mistake to. Former first-round pick with big league time. Here's Matt Fields, who looks at a first pitch strike. Snyder, who had 26 homers in Korea last season. Patriots are 3rd in the league in home runs. And now fastball low. They have hit 26. Sugarland with 32, the Revs with 42. Pitch to Fields is swung on and missed. 1-2.
It took the Revs until their 72nd game last year to hit 42 home runs. They had 2 in that 72nd game. That was on July 11th.
1-2. And a swing and a bounce foul over toward Carlos Guzman, who's on deck.
You always try and build your team to the ballpark that you play in, but Mace has really become a master architect this year. This team is the most perfect People's Bank hitting team we've seen in a while.
Now swinging a bounce foul, third base side. Well, we've loved it. The fans have loved it. Revs also, today, they're going for win number 23. Last year, that came in the 64th game on June 29th. Pitch to Fields is in the dirt, and the count now full.
Long May and June there, huh, buddy?
Yes, it was.
I know that feeling.
Yes, you do.
Record setting.
This has been a fun rebound. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He got Fields reaching away. That would have been ball 4. That thing a lot of late tail. Straight out of the zone, but Fields couldn't lay off. Well, why don't you share the story last year, Will?
Last year I was with the Kalamazoo Growlers in the Northwoods League, which is one of the top 2 summer collegiate development leagues in the country. The other one being Cape Cod. Northwoods is a little bit newer, but they draw very well. Over 1 million fans last year.
There's Carlos Guzman, who looks at a ball in the dirt.
Northwoods League's been playing for about 22 seasons, and the Kalamazoo Growlers finished 17-55 in a 72-game season. The worst record in league history, and it wasn't even close.
Now a ground ball smacked to first, and Nash has the clean hop backhanded. He'll call off Neal and bring it to the bag himself for out number 2.
What I was telling Brian and Greg about, though, in the pregame Well, actually, moments ago when Neal threw the 38 pitches in the second inning, in the Northwoods League, you weren't allowed to throw 35 pitches or more in an inning. You would have to come out after that. We lost a game, had to forfeit it because our pitching coach had our guy down at 34 pitches when he in fact threw 36. So we were 17 and 55, but we should have been 18 and 54.
The one that got away. There's Trayvon Robinson. He swings first pitch and chips a foul along the line at first.
Although I can't really complain much because one of those 17 wins was an 11-run comeback in the 9th inning.
And that was worth about
10 wins alone. It had to be. That was all we were going to get.
17 more, maybe. Well, the Revs last year at least had a really fun second half, which has carried over here this season. Here's a swing and a high fly to left. Thurber back on this one. He turns to play it off the wall, and it glances off right next to the Turkey Hill sign, and he'll show off the arm, throws a strike to second, but Robinson's standing there. And with a 2-out double, it hit a little over halfway up, and Bo makes the wave from the bullpen that who they have down there is ready, and that's going to be it for Matt Neal here in the third today.
It's going to be a click.
Walks were the issue the first 2 innings. They only hit a bloop hit, but here in the third inning, a long home run and a 2-out double as he tries to get right early this season, but he's not quite there yet. So the Revs with the early lead, and it's going to be a big bullpen day as they try to stay in front with a chance to go 6-1 in this homestand. And, Will, I think if, as Neal comes off and Click is in, pitching change is brought to you by Maple Donuts. I think if it was a game that the Revs, with all these base runners, ended up trailing by a significant margin, they might leave him out there a little bit longer, but just to save guys. But he clearly is trying to get back to his form and get things straightened out, and on a day here where they have the lead, they want to pull out whatever stops they can to give themselves a chance to win this game.
Especially on a day also, Darryl, when they already know Sugar Land has lost. Skeeters falling 10-2 in Lancaster in a Memorial Day afternoon affair, one of 3 games in the Atlantic League today. So you have a chance to go up 2 in the standings in the Freedom Division. And with this being a split season, it's strange to think about, because for anyone who follows Major League Baseball or any of the other sports, none of them have the split season. It's only Memorial Day, and we're already thinking about the playoffs.
Halfway through the half.
Halfway through the half, so more than a quarter of the way through. So you're getting close to that mark. You can clinch yourself a playoff spot here by the middle of the summer. You have to be thinking about that, and really it makes sure that every game counts. And in a game where you're winning and your team is hitting the ball pretty well, and you've already kept them off a little bit, you've gotten out of a few jams, you don't want to put them on base too many times and risk falling behind and missing this golden opportunity. And even more so with the fact we already know, I mean, it's rare on a weekday, or any day for that matter, that we already know the result of a game in the Atlantic League. Most of the time, everybody's playing at about the same time. The only thing that makes it slightly different is whenever Sugar Land's at home and it starts an hour later.
If anything, we're done earlier because we start at 6:30.
Yeah. Oh, so the fortunes have reversed right now. We already know the stakes, and I think Mace's got to treat this one like a must-win. Hence, we're seeing Click right now.
Yeah, when you have the early lead, it kind of becomes that. You do everything you can to avoid it getting away. Rob Crowell will be the hitter with a runner at second and 2 outs. 3-2 is the York lead. And Click ready way earlier than normal today. And his first pitch is up high, a fastball at 92. This will also make James Simmons start tomorrow night pretty important to save the bullpen.
Well, if there's someone that you want on the hill to save the bullpen, it's Big Game James. Big just by the amount of innings that he eats up.
On the 1-0, and that missed inside, a fastball.
Click has established himself as the common long man in the bullpen for Mace, although I would have liked to see a Frank Gailey in this situation. He only threw 6 pitches yesterday, and he may have to transition to a starter role with potential roster moves coming up.
Now the 2-0 pitch, and a line drive the other way and left, a hit. Thurber's got it on a hop. They're going to test his arm, and he fires it in a little bit lower at 2 hops to the plate and slightly up the third base line. Robinson around to score. 2 out RBI single to left for Rob Crowell. He's got his 10th ribby, and the game tied 3-3. Now they may save Gailey for later simply because Somerset's got some big left-handed bats. Maybe match him up later, but Click's a guy that easily could be a late inning guy, and that's the thing. They kind of all are in the Revs bullpen. But I'm sure we'll see Checo today. Maybe he's the guy that tries to go multiple innings.
We've seen him start already this year.
Here's Michael Jones, and a fastball strike at the knees from Click.
I know they're looking at Mariello as a potential late inning guy, a la DeMarc or DePaula, but that one start he made against Somerset, he was fantastic. Retired 11 in a row. That's a season high for the Revs.
And Click ready. And the 0-1, swinging a drive foul in right. This will sail out into the picnic area, right onto the pavilion roof. Bo could probably go 2 today. Scooters is rested. But one game where you're in there really early, it can affect the following 2 days. It'll be Simmons, Pena, and De La Cruz, the starters in Bridgeport this week. Here's the stretch from Click. And now the 0-2, and a swing and a flare at second over Dre and into right. Crowell up to second, he'll stop there. Marte will throw it all the way to third. And a pair of singles to the opposite field off Click. This one from Jones not hit all that hard, but just kind of inside outed into right field. Patriots' 4th hit of the inning. And now we'll have to face Aaron Eggleston with 2 men on. We're tied at 3 here in the 3rd today. Now Click set at the belt. First offering is right down the chute and a called strike. By the way, after our game tonight, we'll join Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals from Pittsburgh right here on WOYK. The Bears winning yesterday on this station. We were able to join in progress. The 0-1, ooh, nearly hit him. A fastball in near the ribs at 94.
Well, all in all, a very good year for Pennsylvania-based hockey.
Yes, sir. Bears will face the Lake Erie Monsters in the finals, and we'll carry as much of that as we can.
Is that a Cleveland team?
Cleveland, yep. Quicken Loans Arena.
Quick travel.
1-1 is swung on and fouled against the screen.
Ooh, so they're going to have to convert the floor from basketball court to ice constantly.
And they can't announce the game dates in Cleveland until the NBA knows its game dates. As the Cavs don't know yet because the other series isn't finished until tonight.
OKC wins, then they've got 4 at home potentially. Golden State wins, they're going out there. It's rather exciting.
The Bears know their home dates, and they do have home ice advantage. Games 1, 2, 6, and 7. Here's the stretch from Click. And the 1-2. Swung on, slapped to left for a hit. And they're going to send Crowell. Thurber had to go toward the line a bit, and he'll only be able to get it into the cutoff man, Guzman. A run scores, the 3rd of the inning, and Somerset leads 4-3. Aaron Eggleston, the RBI single to left. He's 2 for 2, plus the catcher's interference. And a pair of 2-out RBI hits. 4 total 2-out hits have hurt the Revs this inning. And here's the 8th hitter of the inning, Eric Ferris, who's walked twice, including once with the bases loaded. And the pitch from Click is a little low, I guess. That was close. And the two runners were hopping away like they were supposed to run, but Jones stopped, and then Eggleston had to hit the brakes. Might have been a straight fake, but I don't know if a sign was missed. Here's the 1-0 to Ferris, and a check swing. The plate ump says he went on that slider. Click in his 16th game, 1-1 with a 5.40 ERA. The vast majority of the damage done in one outing. His most impressive stat, 19 Ks, only 3 walks. The 1-1, and a fastball misses upstairs. Has been greeted with 3 straight opposite field singles here. First and second with the inning continuing, and 3 runs home in the inning. The 2-1, swing and a miss, good slider down. One of the runs charged to Click. Neal goes 2 2/3. He's charged with 3, 2 of which were earned. Only 3 hits, but he walked 5, had 2 strikeouts. 81 pitches, 44 strikes, 37 were balls. Stretch from Click, and the runners go, and the 2-2 is lined to left, but Thurber's right there. Catch is made to end the inning. A slider that was middle a bit, but Click got away with it. And Jones was dancing away from second and took off almost before the pitch. But the inning does come to an end. 3 runs score for Somerset, 5 total hits, and 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the third. Patriots in front, 4-3.
Take it from me, guys. You want to make life happier? Your wife wants a nicer lawn. The kind of lawn you see on Home and Gardens and Martha Stewart. Here's a hint. You're not alone. Call your pals at Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. They've got a way with lush lawns that the ladies like. And as you know, happy wifey, happy hubby. Winky face. Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. World-class care right in your backyard. 717-292-9994.
Wednesdays are the worst. I've got to get the kids to school in time to get to work, then it's just one long day of meetings. But hey, at least I don't have to worry about making dinner.
Kids eat free with People's Bank. Save money at every Wednesday home game.
So now when the Revs are in town, I just pull into a People's Bank, pick up that week's coupon, and dinner is done. Revolution Wednesdays? Awesome. Revolution!
Thanks to People's Bank, kids eat free at every Wednesday home game. No need to be a People's Bank customer. Just pick up your coupon at any People's Bank branch and do dinner at People's Bank Park. 1 coupon per child per game.
Come on, Colin Cowherd.
There's a lot of should-dos in life and should-haves. Should brush your teeth every day. Should treat people like you want to be treated. Those are shoulds. Then there's have-tos. You have to know how to fly a plane, and you have to know the rules if you're an NFL official. And last night, those officials did not know the rules. And it's going to get Jim Caldwell canned.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Weekdays at 3 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. York Sports on your mobile device or online at WOYK1350.com.
A bad momentum inning for the Revs, who scored 3 but then gave up 3. And they trail 4-3. As we go to the bottom of the third inning, Isaiah Tejeda will lead things off. 2, 3, and 4 in the order against Sean Garcelle. He's at 34 pitches through 2. The Revs are at a combined 96 through 3. But a lot of game left.
Yeah, you said that again.
Fastball misses in to start Tejeda, who walked his first time up. It'll be Tejeda, Guzman, and Nash facing Garcelle, who did have to sit for a long time, and he catches the outside corner on the next one, a called strike. 1-1 the count. Now the good news is the Revs have forced Somerset to strand 8 through 3 innings. Pitch to Tejeda, swinging a chopper deep short. Jones to his right, plants a long throw, is just in time with Fields reaching and stretching a bit to reel it in. And Tejeda scooting down the line, made it fairly close. One away, Joel Guzman coming up.
By the way, the final line on Matt Neal, he'll officially go down with a no decision as Click gave up the go-ahead run. 3 runs, 2 of them earned on 3 hits in 2 2/3 innings, 5 walks, 2 strikeouts, 81 pitches.
There's Joel, who fouled out to first his first time up. Garceau, the kick, first offering is down and away. Most of the field still in sunlight. Shadows beginning to creep across the third base line. Here's the 1-0. And a breaking ball snapped across for a strike.
Yeah, on a regular night, we'd be probably airing the Mace interview about right now.
That's right. The game times in Bridgeport are all at 7:12. So, I don't know, should we go on at 6:52?
What, you can't find 2 minutes worth of stretch in you?
It's tough. It was a fastball swung on and missed.
You could play some organ music.
Well, you know I already worked so hard to just fill all that time.
Oh, yeah.
2 more minutes.
You really should take a vacation at some point, Daryl.
There's a curveball popped up. Third baseman Carlos Guzman sprinting near his dugout. The catcher Crowell as well, and it lands a few rows in. Guzman still with life. I had gotten a reasoning for those 12 after start times at one point, but I can't remember it.
Oh, I'm sure there was a reason for it. You know, they don't accidentally schedule something at 7:12.
Pitch to Guzman is yanked foul on the ground. And he'll stay alive at 1-2. I'll find it in here somewhere with all these darn emails. Why don't you stop sending me all these emails, Will?
Oh, you know, I gotta show you my cat videos.
Is the foul back off the net? Well, you can stop that.
Did I ever show you the one of the cat flushing the toilet?
It didn't leave much of an impression, I guess.
Yeah, I guess not. Oh, man.
Next one is tap foul behind the plate. Oh, there it is. I had to go all the way back to March 11th to find it. They have a sponsorship agreement with News 12 in Connecticut, which is a fine local station, and that's why they started 12 past the hour.
And there's one other comment that we can't really say on air.
Another 1-2. And it just missed down and away. Good eye from Joel.
Now with Telvin Nash on deck, that's very similar to the pitch that Nash got rung up on back in the first inning. I'm sure he and Brian are going to have a couple of words at the plate.
2-2 pitch. Swung on and lifted out to left center. Trayvon Robinson cutting over from center. Calls off Eggleston, who got out of his way just in time, and in fairly deep left center makes the catch. Much like Nash, Joel was slightly off balance, but still hit it fairly deep. This goes to show you the raw power that these guys have. Here's Telvin Nash, who struck out looking at his first time. As we've discussed that was the one that made him a less than happy camper. Garceau to the plate and missed outside. Didn't get that call. 1-0. Nash was giving it to DeBrouwer from the dugout a bit last inning. The 1-0, and he swings and drives one, left center field. Robinson back, he jumps up and he makes the catch. Onto the warning track, a little hop from the center fielder to haul it in, and then he had 2 steps remaining before he made contact with the LED boards. Nash gives it a ride, but it's run down, a 1-2-3 inning, the first for either side today.
Will DeBoer will have the call as we head to the fourth. Revs trail the Patriots at the end of 3. It's 4-3.
Smith, Mayer & Little is a holistic wealth management group with one product, advice. We aim to simplify our clients' lives, help them retire comfortably, and build lasting legacies for their families and the causes they care about. Our purpose is simple, to make a meaningful difference in the lives of our clients, our community, and the world in which we live with the advice we provide. Smith, Mayer & Little, a wealth of knowledge about wealth. We make our living by making a difference. Visit us at financialjava.com.
Janney Montgomery Scott LLC, member NYSE, FINRA, and SIPC.
What's more fun and exciting than playing Pennsylvania Millions with top prizes of $1 million? Winning on the spot. Woohoo! I won! So if you can't wait to win, then don't wait to play. Pennsylvania Millions from the Pennsylvania Lottery for a chance to win up to $1 million on the spot. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Keep on scratching. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Eric Hosmer's got nothing on this. Mad Dash Grilled Cheese is comfort food at its finest. Mad Dash is Central PA's favorite artisan grilled cheese truck, bringing you creative concoctions with the freshest and most flavorful ingredients. Available for food truck festivals, weddings, corporate, and private caterings. Find Mad Dash this year along the third base line at Peoples Bank Park for all York Revolution home games. Call 717-574-5168 or visit online at mad-grilledcheese.com. Mad Dash Artisan Grilled Cheese. Welcome home.
First in York, first in sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Top of the fourth from Peoples Bank Park. Your score, Somerset 4, York 3. Patriots sending up LaHare, Snyder, and Fields. The 4, 5, and 6 hitters to face Michael Click here in the top of the fourth. Click coming on to relieve Matt Neal in the third inning. It's a long afternoon for the bullpen coming up. And Click's first pitch to LaHare catches the knees, a called strike one. Brian, the only man not to bat in the third inning as the Patriots sent 8 to the plate, scoring 3 runs and leaving 2 aboard. LaHare is 0 for 2. 0-1, left outside with a fastball. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Michael Click, the Media, Pennsylvania native, delivers a 1-1, a swing and a miss at a breaking ball, and it's strike 2. 2 years with the Camden River Sharks before coming over to serve in the York Pen this year. And a few up outings, a few down outings. Now the 1-2 pitch. That one's low for ball 2. That's in the dirt that time. LaHare indeed, former All-Star with the Cubs back in 2012. 16 home runs and 40 RBIs for him. Pretty sure he was the lone Cub All-Star that year, and he belts one into right field. But playable. Marte going back on the warning track, makes the catch in front of the Heyman Studio commercial photography sign, and makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Your York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. 2 games final already in the league today. Bridgeport Bluefish, sans Jenny Finch, 7-3 winners over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs at Harbor Yard. And then a few miles up the road in Lancaster, Barnstormers 10-4 winners over Sugarland. Revs, as of the moment, have a 1.5 lead over the Skeeters. They'll try and fight back here and take a full 2 games lead as Click delivers a first pitch strike at the letters to Brad Snyder. 0-1. Snyder went boldly where few men have gone before, the roof of the Revs clubhouse in right field. That led off the third inning as he fouls one back to the screen. 0-2. That started a mini deluge, 3 runs for the Patriots as they have taken this 4-3 lead into the fourth. Click stands in, gets his sign. Now he stands back up, sets at the belt. The kick in the 0-2 pitch, left it low and away for ball 1. As chants of revolution permeate through the crowd and the booth too, apparently. A 1-2 pitch coming from Click to Snyder. Michael with the delivery. Got him to fly one out to right field and playable. More so this time. Marte makes the easy catch. 2 away on a couple of putouts for Alfredo Marte, one of the newest Revs outfielders. Mace over this weekend making out the swap. Burgess and Ferdinand for Marte and Thurber. And it's paid off so far as those guys are getting on base, driving in runs. Some good showings in the first 2 games from the corner outfielders. Now it's Matt Fields, 2 times a strikeout victim, and he swings through a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, 0-1. With those, Fields now at 49 whiffs on the year. That is 3 more than second place. That's our own James Simmons, who's on the bench tonight. Now the 0-1. Fastball left it outside at 94, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Fields has made himself out to be a sort of Dave Kingman in this Atlantic League. Adam Dunn for a more contemporary reference. And he foul tips a slider into the mid of Tejeda. It's strike 2. Now same thing here. I'm getting Fields to chase. I'm throwing it in the dirt or low enough that it is near the dirt. Anywhere where he's got to go fishing. See if he can come up with a tin can. Michael's ready. First base side of the rubber. Here's the kick and the 1-2. Fastball left it outside, too far much, and Fields did not bite. It's 2-2. Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. With the Patriots up 4-3. Click taking a while to get the sign. Now he's ready, likewise is Fields. The rock and the roll. Left outside on a slider, and now Michael Click has pushed the count full against Matt Fields. Fields stands in once again. Cocks the bat back. He'll be ready to face a payoff pitch. It's on the way. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Got him with a letter I fastball. Half trick for Fields, and that will retire the side. 1-2-3 inning for Michael Click. The Patriots go in order. Your score in the middle of the 4th. Somerset 4, York 3 here on Revs Radio, WOYK.
Come and celebrate 10 years of York Revolution baseball with the Celebrate York Series presented by Memorial Hospital. The series honors significant contributions from York, Pennsylvania's most notable events and favorite citizens with giveaways every Friday night home game. The series continues on Friday, June 3rd with a bobblehead of York High's own NFL Hall of Famer Chris Dolman. Visit YorkRevolution.com for more details. It's the Celebrate York Series, proudly presented by Memorial Hospital for the York Revolution's 10th anniversary season.
It's time again for York Mitsubishi's Memorial Day sale going on all month long with huge savings on all 2016 Outlanders, Lancers, Mirages, and Outlander Sports. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months or rebates and discounts up to $4,000. And as always, every new Mitsubishi gets our famous 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. So stop by York Mitsubishi during our Memorial Day sale going on all month long just off Route 30 on Roosevelt Avenue, York Mitsubishi, where Mitsubishis always cost less.
The York Revolution celebrate their 10th anniversary with 20 giveaways and entertainment all season long. On Friday, June 3rd, the Memorial Hospital Celebrate York Series continues with the Chris Dolman bobblehead. On Saturday, June 3rd, it's another spectacular Inside the Park fireworks display. And every Sunday includes an autograph session, Catch on the Field, and Kids Run the Bases presented by Commonwealth Charter Academy. Plus, Dollar Hot Dog Days presented by Hatfield Quality Meats. Get your tickets at YorkRevolution.com.
Your county, your teams. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Bottom of the fourth from Peoples Bank Park. Revs down 4-3. They'll send Castillo, Perez, and Thurber to try and get the run back and then some. First, Keith Castillo, who sparked a 3-run rally in the second inning with a leadoff single. Keith steps back in, a rare DH appearance for him. First pitch from Garceau. Floater misses outside for ball one. That clock at just 69 miles an hour on the stadium. Oh, I've forgotten the word now. And Castillo rockets one up the middle, nearly takes Garceau's head off. That one's flying fast into center for a base hit. Radar gun, that's it. The stadium radar gun. I don't know what it clocked it off of Castillo's bat. I had to imagine it's close to 90 miles an hour, though. And Castillo has himself a 2-for-2 night thus far. And that brings up the freshly minted Mr. 500 for the Revolution and Mr. 1000 for his career, Andres Perez. Banged a single in the second inning off of the arch nemesis for his 1000th hit as a professional baseball player. Garceau from the stretch, and a fastball is on the outside corner, called strike one. Perez getting to tip his cap to the crowd once again, getting the hugs in the dugout from his teammates after he scored on a wild pitch. 1,000 hits in a career. It's a testament to longevity, and Dre has certainly got that. 0-1, fly ball, shallow center field. Coming on for it is Robinson. Trayvon makes the catch at the chest, one away. We'll take a look at the WellSpan Sports Medicine injury report. Jason Repko's gone on the DL. He went so this week with a hamstring issue. And David Vidal has been out for Somerset since about the first 2 weeks of the season. Now, they lost Vidal. They really lost a good bat, 357 hitter with 3 home runs in those first 9 games. Charlie Thurber hit himself a double to left field in the second inning, and he pops this one up shallow right field. Snyder calls off Ferris, and the right fielder makes the catch, 2 away. So now Josh Wilson, the last chance to keep the rally going as Somerset protects a 4-3 lead in the bottom of the fourth inning. Wilson, a strikeout victim back in the second. He was the first out of that big inning. Josh stands in, putting together a fine homestand, 9 for 25 with 3 doubles. And he takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. He's got a hitting streak that's gone up to 6 games now, matches his season high, which came back in late April. Short lead for Castillo, not much speed as a catcher by trade. The 0-1 from Garceau. This one belted into center field, but playable. Robinson stops just shy of the warning track to make the catch. Underhand flip it to the picnic section. Caught on the fly by a man in a black shirt, and the side is retired. Leadoff single from Castillo goes nowhere. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. End of the fourth, your score. Somerset 4, York 3 here on Revs Radio, WOYK.
You hear a lot about CPAP masks these days, but here's something you don't hear much about. Over half of the people who wear a CPAP mask for sleep stop wearing it within a year. How's that working for you? Dr. Gordon Bell would like you to hear this. York Dental Sleep Therapy has dental options that can help many of those people. If you or someone you live with is struggling with sleep apnea, visit yorksleep.com and see how Dr. Gordon Bell can help return your home to peaceful nights of deep, restful sleep. If you're groggy during the workday, if you wake up feeling exhausted, if you would like to get your nighttime sleep patterns back to a healthy state, get a confirmation from your doctor, then meet with Dr. Bell at his office on West Market Street in Hallam. He'll evaluate your symptoms and discuss which treatments would best suit your situation. Dr. Bell can restore restful sleep and get you feeling better day and night. York Dental Sleep Therapy. Call 316-1299 or visit yorksleep.com to learn more.
Payne doesn't take Sunday off. Neither do we. We're open weekdays 8 to 8 and weekends 9 to 6. Just walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics, 2319 South George Street in York, across from the Apple Hill Health Campus. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today.
Follow York Sports on your Android. Search Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
We go to the top of the fifth. Patriots 4, Revolution 3, a very patriotic matchup here on Memorial Day in South Central PA. Will DeBoer with you on Revs Radio WOYK. Somerset getting on the board in the second inning. A two-out rally instigated by Matt Neal when he was still pitching. Walked a few guys, catcher's interference mixed in there. Somerset scoring a run without the benefit of a hit. York scoring 3 in the bottom of the second. The highlight, the Charlie Thurber double, and then 3 more for Somerset between Matt Neal and Michael Click in the top of the third. That's where things stand right now, 4-3 Patriots. As Somerset will send up the bottom of the order, starting with Carlos Guzman, who takes a shade inside the crowd with a couple of wolf whistles. They're not sure where that missed, and frankly, neither do I. And one solitary breadsticks chant. Well, no breadsticks this time. A fly ball out into left center field and deep. Going back on his rocket. He leaps at the wall. He turns to watch it go. Carlos Guzman gets it up into the jet stream. The ball is flying out of Peoples Bank Park in this hot weather. A little skip and a high five with Barker along the third baseline. And Carlos Guzman has his 4th home run of the season. It is 5-3 Somerset. Boy, oh boy, that was very similar to Keith Castillo's dinger yesterday. Hit it opposite field over in the playground area on a ball that on first glance off the bat didn't look very bad, as a sharp ground ball by Trayvon Robinson is over to short. Wilson's got it. They'll throw it to first in time, 1 away. Well, Carlos Guzman with 4 home runs already. Hit 10 last year for the Camden River Sharks in that bandbox of a ballpark that I'm sure many, many Atlantic League hitters are sad to see go from rotation. Robert Krall, the next man up. A couple of runs for him today. A walk in the second and an RBI single in the third. That was a single to tie the game as it brought Trayvon Robinson home after his double. Click's first pitch, little half swing that Krall can't hold up on. He gets to his knees to propose to the bat, "Will you take another swing with me?" And the bat will say, "Yes, yes, I will." But they'll be down 0-1 in the count. Krall, the part-time catcher, even so, one of the top walk men in the Atlantic League. With 1 today, he's up to 19. That's good for 4th. And he takes inside for ball 1. Check that, that's good for 3rd. Only James Skelton of New Britain and our own Telvin Nash have more walks than this man at the plate right now. Click with the 1-1 pitch. Opposite field liner. Thurber's going to have a beat on it, and he makes the catch. Stops in front of the Martin's Potato Chips sign on the arch nemesis. Nice range by Charlie Thurber, who with that 6'4" body strides in the outfield like an elk through the woods. I don't care how he looks running as long as he gets to the ball, and he does that time. 2 away here in the top of the 5th with Somerset up 5-3. Patriots with 5 runs on 7 hits and no errors. York 3 runs on 4 hits and 1 error. That was the catcher's interference. Flips the order, and Michael Jones will get his 4th trip to the plate today. First pitch from Click is a bouncer over to short. Wilson scoops, throws in time, side retired. So Carlos Guzman takes Michael Click deep with a leadoff homer, but Michael settles down, ends up throwing just 7 pitches in the inning. For the Patriots, 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. Middle of the 5th, your score, Somerset 5, York 3, here on Revs Radio and WOYK.
Providing quality services efficiently and in a timely manner to its clients is the mission of the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis & Calkins. GSLSC is equipped to handle any real estate transactions, leases, residential and commercial real estate settlements, zoning issues, and all matters involving municipalities. They are also experienced in the formation and operation of family real estate ventures that are tax sensitive to the needs of the investors. Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis & Calkins is an approved title insurance agency and can provide you with title insurance and legal representation at one low cost when buying a home or investment property. Don't risk any real estate settlement without an experienced real estate attorney from the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis & Calkins at your side. Phone 717-757-7602. They've been handling residential and commercial real estate matters in South Central Pennsylvania for more than 50 years. With mortgage interest rates at an all-time low, now is the time to buy or refinance. Phone 717-757-7602 today or visit their website, gslsc.com.
Get into the ball game with great savings and great weekly specials at your Sure Save neighborhood markets. Use your gold card every time you shop and you automatically receive savings and rewards. And get incredible deals on the new Best Yet brand products at Saubel's Markets, Wetzel's Market, and also at Nell's Market Fresh Foods. Always a hit and always great savings.
There's only one place for local high school sports. Sports Radio 1350.
Revs trying to dance back into this one. They're down 5-3 to Somerset in the bottom of the 5th inning. Michael Rocket, Alfredo Marte, Isaiah Tejeda, the next man up to try and do the job. And first is Michael Rocket, back in the lineup today after getting yesterday off. He has himself a sac fly to center in the 2nd inning. That scored York's most recent run. Sean Garceau working with the lead. His first pitch is fouled out of play over towards the Mezzogiorno Picnic Pavilion in right. That will go home with a lucky fan from Goldsboro. Garceau into the wind. Here's the 0-1. And Rocket lays down the bunt. Barehanded by Carlos Guzman. The throw picked by Fields, but not in time. Michael Rocket legs out. Another bunt hit. And this is Mikey taking Mark Mason's advice to heart here. Didn't bunt much throughout the first month of the year, but laying him down more frequently this time. That's his 3rd bunt hit of the season, and it sparks potentially a rally for the Revs. The leadoff man is aboard for the 3rd time today. And that will flip the order, bringing Alfredo Marte to the plate. And the Sauce Man is 0 for 2 today. A pop out to 3rd and a comebacker. Garceau from the stretch. Weak ground play ball over to 2nd. There's the flip by Ferris to Jones at 2nd for 1. The throw to 1st is in time. Double play. I didn't think they were going to have time to turn that double play, but they end up doing so. It was just cruising in there fast enough. 4-6-3 in your scorebook. Ferris to Jones to Fields, and just like that, the rally is extinguished. So with 2 outs, Isaiah Tejeda will try and restart it. 0 for 1 today is Tejeda with a walk back in the 1st. As a ball from the bullpen on the Revs side comes flying into the picture. Tossed back by Krall from the catcher's position. Mariel Checo was warming up for the Revs upon last look. So Garceau is ready now. First pitch to Tejeda. Breaking ball that crosses perfectly through George Street. And that's strike 1. Rough homestand for Tejeda. Rough couple of weeks here for Isaiah. Only hitting .273 over his last 10 games. .167 over the last 5. And he watches a slider break low and away for ball 1. This is a man who impressed everybody with a 10-game hitting streak earlier this month. Garceau coming back with the 1-1 pitch. Jammed him, and it's fouled back over our right shoulder. And the count will go to 1-2. Patriots up 5-3 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Sean Garceau, the ex-Rev, trying to face the minimum in this bottom of the 5th. Into the wind and the 1-2 pitch. And it's lined into right field, but it hangs up there for Snyder like a picture on the wall. Snyder takes it, and that will retire the side. So a leadoff single from Rocket. He's erased pretty much immediately. No runs on one hit, no errors, nobody left on. End of the 5th, your score, Somerset 5, York 3 here on Revs Radio, WOYK.
And here we go, folks. She steps up to the box. This is a real pressure situation. 2 kids tugging at her blouse, a long line of customers, and only 30 minutes to get in, get a dozen Maple Donuts, and get to the party.
Oh, boy, look at the time.
One of Charlie Donuts All-Stars winds up, and here's the pitch.
Welcome to Maple Donuts. Can I help you? Yes. No. I'm sorry. I'm not quite ready.
Oh, she steps out. The pressure may be too much, folks. No, wait. What's this? A meeting at the plate?
Okay, Mommy needs to order our Maple Donuts now. Can you two be good, please?
And she steps back up to the box.
All ready now? I am.
She's swinging for the fences.
I'll have 4 glazed, 3 vanilla sprinkles, 3 chocolate icing, 2 jelly filled, and 1 chocolate peanut covered.
Wow, that was Major League. She read every stitch of that fastball and knocked it clean out of the park.
Enjoy your Maple Donuts. Oh, we will. Okay, kids, let's go. Let's get these Maple Donuts to the party.
There you have it, folks. Maple Donuts, 58 varieties. Ready whenever you need to step up to the plate.
Maple Donuts taste right.
Well, I finally did it. I took my dad's advice and joined his credit union.
Which one?
PSECU. I'm eligible because my dad's a member, but I joined through work.
Really? I thought you had to work for the state.
A lot of people think that, but there are lots of ways to be eligible.
I'm not really thrilled with my bank and all their fees. I need to check them out.
Definitely. It's worth the switch.
PSCCU is the credit union for you. Find your way at psccu.com/join. This credit union is federally insured by the National Credit Union Administration, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
And the Revs will try and do just that in the top of the 6th inning. Patriots leading 5-3. A pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Mariel Checo on the hill for York right now. Checo, the young fireballer, gets in on the action. This is his 11th appearance of the season, 10th in relief. He is 2-0 with a 1.50 ERA. That's just 2 earned runs in 12 innings of work. Coming off of a win earlier in this series against the Patriots. That was back on Friday night when he relieved Tony Pena in the 5th. Got the final 2 outs of that inning and qualified for the win. And his first pitch to Aaron Eggleston misses low and in for ball 1. Michael Click's final line. He exits on the short side of the decision right now. 2 1/3 innings. 2 runs on 4 hits. No walks, no strikeouts. 37 pitches. Those 2 runs are the difference in this game. 1-0 from Mariel, and he gets a pop-up, foul ground third base side. Guzman chasing, and Joel makes the easy catch, 1 away. So let's take a look again at the York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. Well, wouldn't you know it, no change. These games still final from earlier today. Bluefish 7, Blue Crabs 3, and Barnstormers 10-4 winners over the Skeeters in Lancaster. Hey, I just invented a new way to pronounce it. York trying to capitalize on Sugarland's loss here. And Mariel Checo's first pitch, a fastball at 90 miles an hour, taken for strike 1 on the outer black by Eric Ferris. Ferris today 0 for 1 with a couple of walks, and he watches a fastball miss for ball 1. That's outside. Somerset trying to add to a 5-3 lead. They know all about York's offensive potential. And there's a fly ball deep into left field. Thurber's going to have to play this one at Karam's about a quarter of the way up the wall. And it is the center fielder Rocket who makes the throw in. The slide is in time. And Perez had the glove on Ferris, thinking he was maybe going to overslide it, but No dice is the first place umpire, Derek DeMosha. And so it's a one-out double off of the big wall for Eric Ferris. And the Patriots are cooking here in the top of the 6th. Brian LaHare, the next man up. 0 for 3 today. Ground out, fly out, fly out. Checo does just that to the runner. First pitch is a fastball, missing outside for ball 1. Mariel, 26-year-old New Yorker. Had a homecoming last year, finishing up the season with the Long Island Ducks. 1-0, fastball. That ding means strike. And the count now 1-1 to Brian LaHare. LaHare, Worcester, Massachusetts native, so the New York-Boston rivalry coming into play right now. Boston flies one out to right field, drifting foul, and it's Dre who comes on to make the basket catch in foul ground. Long run for Andres Perez. And he makes a Willie Mays style catch. Tagging going to third is Eric Ferris. So the Patriots will have another run 90 feet from the plate, but with 2 outs. And Brad Snyder coming up. Checo into the windup, the first pitch. Here's a fastball in at the knees for called strike 1. Snyder, mammoth home run back in the third. That's still on the clubhouse roof in right field. Not so mammoth right here. A fly ball, shallow center. Long run for Rocket, though. And Mikey makes the catch. Side retired. 10 pitch inning for Mariel Checo. He works around the Eric Ferris double for the Patriots. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. Mid-6th your score. Somerset 5, York 3 here on Revs Radio, WOYK.
Did you send that email?
No, the server's down.
Again? That's the 3rd time this week. Did you call support?
Sure, great hold music for the last hour.
There's got to be a better way.
There is. Let SoCo Business Solutions maintain your current IT environment, evaluate your current systems, or provide support that's local and responsive. Contact SoCo at 717-505-8080 and let us be your IT solutions provider. That's 717-505-8080 or online at SoCoBusinessSolutions.com.
Wednesdays are the worst. I've got to get the kids to school in time, to get to work, then it's just one long day of meetings. But hey, at least I don't have to worry about making dinner.
Kids eat free with People's Bank. Save money at every Wednesday home game.
So now when the Revs are in town, I just pull into a People's Bank, pick up that week's coupon, and dinner is done. Revolution Wednesdays? Awesome. Revolution!
Thanks to People's Bank, kids eat free at every Wednesday home game. No need to be a People's Bank customer. Just pick up your coupon at any People's Bank branch and do dinner at People's Bank Park. 1 coupon per child per game.
The York Revolution celebrate their 10th anniversary with 20 giveaways and entertainment all season long. On Friday, June 3rd, the Memorial Hospital Celebrate York series continues with the Chris Dolman bobblehead. On Saturday, June 3rd, it's another spectacular Inside the Park fireworks display. And every Sunday includes an autograph session, Catch on the Field, and Kids Run the Bases presented by Commonwealth Charter Academy. Plus, Dollar Hot Dog Days presented by Hatfield Quality Meats. Get your tickets at YorkRevolution.com.
On air, online, and on your smartphone. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Bottom of the 6th inning from the boulevard that is George Street. Brooks Robinson Way is where this ballpark is. It's in York, Pennsylvania, South Central PA. Revs are south on the scoreboard right now. They're down 5-3 to the Somerset Patriots in the finale of this 4-game set. But they will send the heart of the order up to face Sean Garceau in the 6th. It is Goose, Nash, and Castillo. First, Joel Guzman. First pitch to Joel. Fastball catches outer black for called strike 1. Guzman 0 for 2 today. Couple of balls in the air. Currently on a 6-game hitting streak, trying to restart that, and there's a wave and a whiff at a breaking ball. Tied him up on the cut for strike 2. Patriots 5 runs on 8 hits and no errors. Revs 3 runs, 5 hits and 1 error. Now Garceau, the 0-2 pitch. High fastball, and Joel checks the swing. The wrists did not break. Nice hold there for a big, strong man in Joel. And the count now 1-2. Garceau wheels and deals. Breaking ball, and it broke just a hair. Late. Or early, I should say. It fell low. Guzman, a good take there. Now the count 2-2. Garceau's next pitch. Ground ball over his head and into center field, a base hit. A nice favorable bounce for Joel Guzman, and he's now on a 7-game hitting streak. How about this guy at home? His 12th hit of the 7-game homestand. He is now 12 for 27. Hitting well over 400 at this ballpark. Now here's Telvin Nash, 0 for 2 today. Hit a long fly ball to center field back in the 3rd, but he had to reach out, and it cost him some of the momentum on the swing. Robinson able to run it down in front of the LED board in left center. Garceau from the stretch for the first time in the inning, and he misses inside for ball 1. Guzman's homestand reminiscent of the very first one, that 8-gamer rather, against Sugar Land and Bridgeport back at the end of April, beginning of May. Maypril, that's a thing, right? Ball bounces away from Krall, and Guzman will move up. They're going to call it a wild pitch against Garceau, and Joel is in scoring position now. Anyway, for Joel, that 8-game hitting streak throughout the homestand, he was 15 for 30 with a double, 3 home runs, 7 RBIs, and 10 runs scored. He's been driving them in and scoring them so far this homestand. 2-0 pitch to Nash is a fastball left outside for ball 3. Just the 3rd 3-ball count for Garceau all afternoon. He's at 72 pitches right now, perhaps tiring in the Memorial Day heat. 3-0, Telvin taking all the way. He watches a strike on the outer black. 3-1 the count. Nash just 1 home run on the homestand. Potentially he is due. 3-1 pitch. And he did not check his swing. DeBrouwer says that he went around on a slider in the dirt. Telvin's been susceptible to that pitch throughout his career, and he'll have to come in and face a 3-2 count. Patriots up 5-3 for the moment. It's Guzman on second with nobody out rather, in the bottom of the 6th. Nash taking a long time to dig his right cleat into the batter's box. Now he's ready. Get the right foundation on that foot. The payoff from Garceau. Ground ball shoots through the hole on the left side for a base hit. Guzman had to hold up to see if one of those fielders would get it, so he trots into 3rd. Telvin Nash now has a season-high 10-game hitting streak. Telvin's previous high was 8. He had 9 coming in here, and now he is 1 shy of the Revs season high. Jason Repko to begin the season. And before Keith Castillo comes up, we will see a visit from Brett Jody, the manager of the Patriots, and he has seen enough of Sean Garceau. Out after 5+ innings. And 75 pitches. So the first pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts for the Patriots in this game. Brian, our scorekeeper, indicated it was Mike Thomas who was warming up, and it's a lefty who comes in. And that does look like Thomas. So Mike Thomas making another appearance in the series. his 17th overall. That is now tied for third in the Atlantic League in relief appearances. And Thomas, thus far, 2-1 with a 1.22 ERA and a save. Got himself a hold on Saturday night against the Revs. It's a crafty lefty who knows how to get you out. And so while he warms up, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID here on Revs Radio, WOYK.
First in York, first in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350, WOYK, York, Pennsylvania.
Will DeBoer with you at People's Bank Park. Revs down 5-3 on a getaway Memorial Day here from People's Bank Park. Patriots with 1 in the second, Revs with 3 in the bottom of the second. Somerset responding with 3 in the top of the third, and they added a cushion run in the 5th inning. Mike Thomas will try and protect that lead. And he relieves the former Rev, Sean Garceau, who exits on a flat note. 5+ innings for him, 7 hits, 3 runs allowed thus far. He's responsible for all of the men on base, so both of them. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, 75 pitches for the righty. And so with the lefty on the hill, Keith Castillo will flip himself over and bat right-handed. As we welcome Darrell Henry back into the booth. Darrell, I can't remember the last time we've seen Castillo hit from the right side.
Yeah, so many right-hand pitchers face the Revs.
Thomas gives a look to Nash on first, and the first pitch is looped up the middle. It'll fall in front of Robinson in center. Base hit. Guzman trots in. Nash goes to second, and on at first with an RBI single is Keith Castillo. He is 3 for 3 today, and the Revs are back within 1. It's 5-4 Somerset.
Well, when you have 3 good catchers, you are able to find a way to get 2 of them in a lineup on a given day. And that was the plan with Castillo today. And you said he doesn't bat from the right very often. They're not bringing lefties in to match up very often because of how right-hand heavy the Revs are. And Keith showing he can do it from both sides of the plate.
Now here's Andres Perez, 1 for 2 today. First pitch to Dre. He loops one out into center field. Long run for Robinson. It'll fall in front of Snyder, the right fielder. Everybody playing station to station. That loads them up on Andres Perez's 1,001st career hit. And his 502nd with the Revs. And that juices them up. Nash on third, Castillo on second, Perez on first. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th. And Charlie Thurber brought in to replace Michael Burgess as a left-handed power hitter. He will step up in his biggest situation of his short Revs career. And first we'll see a visit from Corey Dommel, the pitching coach for the Somerset Patriots.
And Thomas, a lot of the time, has been a guy that'll face hitters from both sides of the plate. He's been one of their late-inning guys. But they have Gus Schlosser loosening, who's really tough on righties. And not only visiting with him here, but maybe also biding a little time to get Schlosser ready. This, depending on how the next 3 innings go, this might end up being the most critical spot of the game.
Talking strategy as well, trying to figure out how the fielders are going to handle this situation. Bases full of Revs with nobody out in the bottom of the 6th of a 5-4 game. Somerset trying to protect the lead. Infield at double play depth. They will trade the tying run for a couple of outs. And the first pitch to Thurber. Here's a breaking ball. Catches inner black for called strike 1.
Sorry, Will. Go ahead.
Thurber, the RBI double back in the second, sparked a 3-run rally for the Revolution. He later scored on a sac fly by Michael Rocket. Thomas with the 0-1. Slider catches outer black this time, to the dismay of the crowd, for strike 2.
You may see nothing but those now. I was going to say, I hate to add another wrinkle, but it's getting awfully dark in left, and the tarp crew is sitting down in section 2.
Well, no rain was in the forecast when we began here. Of course, this being close to summertime, a pop-up thunderstorm certainly in the mix. 0-2 to Thurber. Swung on and foul tipped into the mid of Kroll for strike 3. Thomas got the out that he absolutely needed to. And with one down and the bases still loaded, it'll next be left to Josh Wilson. Well, I've got a special weather statement here. Thunderstorms will affect the Harrisburg metro area through 8 o'clock p.m.
Well, let's hope it stays to the north.
And Brett Jody's going to play a bit of rope-a-dope with time, perhaps on his side. He will come out and pull the plug on Thomas to bring in Schlosser.
Now Joe Morgan, our groundskeeper, heading out to talk with the crew chief. Lets Joe Del Balso at first know, and now he'll head over to Derek Moshe, who's all the way out in left field, which is convenient for Joe. He has to traverse the entire field to get to the crew chief.
They just want to make him run. He's a good-looking dude. Gus Schlosser. That's a good-looking name right there. Very strong. Sounds German. He's from Sarasota, Florida. Sure, there's a strong German population down there. 15th appearance for Mr. Gus. 2-0. Spotless ERA. Only 2 unearned runs in 14 1/3 innings. He also has a save. Pitched against York on Friday night. Gave up a hit and struck out a pair.
I remember him the other night, kind of a 3/4 arm angle, almost steps at the right-hand hitter and makes you a little uncomfortable. Actually watching him, he is more of a direct stride of the plate, but it's that arm angle that's kind of 3/4. He slings it. Pretty good fastball and a slider as well, which we've seen from a few of their right-handers in the bullpen in this series.
Quick outing for Mike Thomas, just 5 pitches by the lefty. On 2 of them he gave up hits, and the other 3 he used to strike out Thurber. Schlosser, originally drafted by the Atlanta Braves, got as high as AAA. Actually, no, he got to the big ball club back in 2014. Made 15 appearances for the Bravos. 0-1, 7.64 ERA. Spent last year with the Patriots, also with the former New Britain Rockcats, Colorado's Eastern League affiliate. So he's finished his warm-up tosses, and he inherits himself a firestorm. Nash on third, Castillo on second, Perez on first. 1 out. Bottom of the 6th, Revs down 5-4. Josh Wilson trying to turn the tide. Wilson today is 0 for 2. And the first pitch from Schlosser, swung on and missed for strike 1. Nice breaking ball that time. A lot of movement from Schlosser. Remind you, this is an official ball game as of right now. If the skies were to open up right now, Somerset would walk away with the win. Revs trying to score, and more importantly, score quickly. Schlosser's ready. Looks at the man on third. Now the 0-1. Ground ball, and he fouls it off the foot. Josh Wilson will step out and walk around a bit. He's going to perform in the spotlight. Just like the stage jelly has a spotlight on outstanding soup, salads, and sandwiches. First Friday is coming up at the end of this week. The stage will be open late. Mention the Revs and get 10% off your order. Crowd trying to will Wilson back into the batter's box, and he is there now. Schlosser looking for another big strikeout. The 0-2 pitch. Ground ball foul down the third base line. He shot it underneath the feet of Telvin Nash and over towards the Somerset bullpen.
It's a good job by Wilson to get that slow breaking ball. He's able to sit back enough to foul it, but You have to respect the sinking fastball at 88 as well, which is what he had fouled off his foot.
Needs to try and get it in the air here. 0-2 pitch. He does. Fly ball right field. Snyder going back on it. Makes the catch at the warning track. Tagging at third is Nash. He will score. Josh Wilson, a pro's pro. He gets the job done with a game-tying sac fly. 5-5 in the bottom of the sixth.
What an excellent at-bat. A painful one. We mentioned that foul off the foot. And Schlosser didn't go back in there with the sinker. He went slider. Wilson was early but sat back long enough to foul it, stay alive. And then with 2 strikes, got one that he could drive deep the other way. And that's a big at-bat right there.
Michael Rocket hoping for one just as big. He's got 2 on and 2 out. First pitch, Garceau. Fastball at the letters, called strike 1 to the ire of the crowd. Boy, they're just in a booing mood today.
Well, there may be a reason for that.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fouled back and out of play, out towards the train tracks. And now, quick 2-strike hole for Michael Rocket, who had himself a sac fly back in the second inning, also a bunt single in the 5th. Castillo on second, Perez on first. 2 down, bottom of the 6th. The Revs and Patriots tied at 5-5. The 0-2 pitch, it's wild, it gets past Kroll. Everybody's going to advance. And now all of a sudden, something in the outfield will bring 2 home.
And the Revs probably had their sights set on more than just 2 this inning when they had them loaded with a run home already. Now's their chance.
Absolutely. Schlosser trying to shake it off. Here's the 1-2. Is low for ball 2. Nice take by Rocket. Not an easy one to take. That's been a strike a couple of times from Brian D. Brower. Now Deuces extra wild. 2 on, 2 out. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Number 2 at the plate. Here comes the pitch. Little swinging bunt. Jammed him inside. Rocket fights it off, and I mean, he fought that off.
That was scratching and clawing to stay alive right there.
So Rocket gets at least one more shot at Schlosser. Will he make it pay? The wind of the 2-2 pitch. It's a breaking ball inside by a hair. A few Patriot fans who are on hand are incredulous at that call, so now a payoff pitch will come. Pitch of the game right here. 2nd and 3rd, 2 down, bottom of the 6th. York and Somerset knotted at 5 apiece. Schlosser with the offering. Throws him on the outside corner. Rocket was tossing the bat to the side. Now he throws the batting helmet. A looking strikeout. And the Bluebirds coming out in full force once again to retire the side. But the Revs do tie the ball game. Keith Castillo an RBI single on the sac fly by Josh Wilson. All in all, 2 runs on 4 hits. No errors, 2 left on. Darrell Henry will take you home here on Revs Radio, WOYK.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Let's go!
The NFL has a policy here. Johnny Unitas was going to be honored by Peyton Manning. He was going to wear high-top black shoes. The NFL said, no, you couldn't do it. Pat Tillman was going to be honored by Jake Plummer, and the NFL said, no, you can't. Craig Ironhead Hayward's son was going to honor him with eye black. D'Angelo Williams, whose mother died of breast cancer in 2014, he wanted to honor her the entire season. The NFL said no. This was explained to me by the NFL years ago, that if we allow this for Peyton Manning with Johnny Unitas, which seems like a no-brainer, then what happens if you get Jimmy Lipper, who wants to honor his coach, and he's going to wear something? That's where the NFL, you may not like it, but it makes sense that you just say, no, we're not going to allow it. We can't allow this to happen, because then everybody would be doing it.
The Dan Patrick Show.
We are going to PAR-TY.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Ross Brothers Barbecue is serving up the hits every Saturday night this season at People's Bank Park. Stop by Arch Street Eats on the third base corner and load up on delicious, fresh-made local barbecue. All of Ross' sauces and sides are made from scratch daily. All meats are smoked for an authentic barbecue done right. Ross Brothers also offers drive-through, dine-in, and carry-out from the restaurant at 3096 Carlisle Road in Dover, as well as delivery and full-service catering. Ross Brothers can cater any sized event from fundraisers to graduation parties to weddings. Ross Brothers Barbecue every Saturday night at People's Bank Park.
The radio home of the Revs. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Head of the 7th inning, and we're tied at 5. Revs with 2 there in the 6th. They probably would have liked to have had more. You always want more, but they had a run home with the bases loaded, no outs. Got one more out of it. And that is enough to draw even as Mariel Checo comes on for his 2nd inning of relief. A scoreless 6th. He'll face Matt Fields up first. Fires home and a swing and a pop-up. Foul ground. Nash lumbering down. It's Tejeda back nearing the screen, and he's got room. That one ended up more directly behind home plate. So it was Tejeda all the way. And then he threw it to Nash to throw it around the horn, and he almost threw it away from him. Nash had to really extend to make the catch. But a 1-pitch out to begin the 7th, and Fields, who had struck out his previous 3 times, fouls out. Here's Carlos Guzman, who homered in the 5th the other way in left center, 1 for 3. Pitch from Checo is a hair low. Guzman's 4th home run of the year, his 3rd in about the past week. The wind, the 1-0, and that scraped the outside corner, a called strike. Guzman looking back and shaking his head, but that one that Rocket was rung up on was worse than that. Michael slammed his helmet down as he walked out towards center. Guzman, the K-man today. The 1-1, and they wanted it in. Checo missed away. 2 balls, 1 strike. 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Somerset. 5, 9, and 1 for York. And Checo, the 2-1, and he skipped it in the dirt.
Someone really wants their breadsticks. I'm going to strike out already. Give her her breadsticks.
Screaming for them. On the wind from Checo, the 3-1, and a swing and a foul off the top of the net. Jammed him at 92. It has cooled off a bit with the dark skies moving in. Revs have tied it though, so any threat of immediate rain would no longer be of a concern in terms of result. Here's the wind from Checo, the payoff pitch, swing and a pop-up. Left side of the infield, it's Wilson eyeing it up. Running parallel to the edge of the outfield grass, he's got it. Moving over toward third, and that's out number 2. All 5 of Checo's outs today have come on pop-ups. At 2 down, Trayvon Robinson, the hitter. He's 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored back in the 3rd. Twice today, he's hit it deep to left. The double was off the wall. A fly out before that was in front of the wall. Pitch from Checo is fouled straight back. It's 0-1. 5-5 game, top of the 7th inning. Revs trying to go 6-1 on this homestand, which has featured a couple of comeback wins. One was rather epic. Trying to come from behind again today. 0-1, and fastball missing high as Checo cracked the glove at 93. Revs with Ron Scooters getting loose. 2 of the next 3 Patriot hitters are left-handed. 1-1, and a cutter missed outside, bounced off Tejeda's glove. this is kind of the role that the Revs envision with Checo, was mid to later relief, even though he made a start earlier in the year in a spot start situation at Somerset. Pitch here is fouled straight back. In and out of the White Rose Hall seating, it's 2-2.
So it's going to make a catch above our heads.
Actually, I think below us it bounced down.
Yeah.
But either way, it must have been good.
Yeah.
Just glad it wasn't in here.
Oh, yes.
The wind and the 2-2. Swinging a ball tapped off the plate. Checo toward first to glove it. Oh, he lobs it to first. Robinson almost beat it, but that's the inning. And he pats his chest as he realizes how close that came.
And Telvin, you just go back to the clubhouse, man. Just get out of here.
Telvin is always good to bust somebody's chops. It's a 1-2-3-7. Vonnie Grimes is coming out to perform at the 7th inning stretch. Revs and Patriots are tied at 5.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Come on! Colin Cowherd.
Here's Chip Kelly talking about Tim Tebow once he released it.
I didn't feel like he was good enough to be the 3 right now.
He didn't say backup that just gets in. He's not good enough to be the 3rd-string quarterback. And here's the thing. You can have him on the roster. You can't have him right behind Sam Bradford, who would pull a hammy yawning.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
It's time again for York Mitsubishi's Memorial Day sale going on all month long with huge savings on all 2016 Outlanders, Lancers, Mirages, and Outlander Sports. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months or rebates and discounts up to $4,000. And as always, every new Mitsubishi gets our famous 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. So stop by York Mitsubishi during our Memorial Day sale going on all month long just off Route 30 on Roosevelt Avenue, York Mitsubishi, where Mitsubishis always cost less.
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Bottom of the 7th inning. It is a 5-5 game as right-hander Kyler Newby comes on for Somerset. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Vonnie got a big ovation there, performing Take Me Out to the Ball Game, as he always gets that ovation. Newby 0-1, a 2.46 ERA in 12 games, 11 innings, 3 runs, just 7 hits. It's the top of the order for the Revs to face him here in the 7th inning. Saw him in the game here on Friday night, work a scoreless inning. And Alfredo Marte will face him for the first time. Marte 0 for 3. Here today after going 3 for 8 his first 2 games played. And Newby out of the stretch. The righty fires and missed a little high. It is awfully dark to the north, but we're good here. Our buddy Jay emailed and said that York is forecasted to get something between 8:30 and 9:30. As Marte swings and a foul tip scratched behind the plate on a slider. Well, hopefully the Revs can take a lead and finish it before then.
By the way, Darryl, Vonnie's sporting the World War II veteran cap. He was in the Army in the Pacific.
It's the pitch. And a slider breaks in at the knees, 1-2. The guy is a hero in many facets. Immortalized here this weekend as one of York's all-time figures. Pitch to Marte is grounded at third. Knocked down by Guzman. He picks up, he fires, and it's in time. Marte hit it pretty sharply, and at the hot corner, Guzman knocked it down and still had time to recover. Showed off a pretty good throwing arm there, which we know he's got. It's what has had him play right field much of his career, and even appeared in a game as a pitcher for the Revs when he was here in 2011. One down, Isaiah Tejeda coming up. 0 for 2 with a walk. Newby with the pitch, and a breaking ball just missed. Started at Tejeda and stayed slightly in. Revs were down 5-3. They tied it with 2 runs last inning. At one point, they did lead the day 3-1 after 2. 1-0 pitch is swung on and popped up. First baseman Matt Fields coming down the line. He'll call off his catcher, and in foul territory makes the catch. And they're 2 up, 2 down quickly for Newby here in the 7th. Joel Guzman up next. Our Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care home run contest today. Revs have yet to hit one, but if they do, one lucky fan can still win a prize pack courtesy of the Revs and Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care, and that fan is Deb Beard here today. Deb, good luck. Maybe it'll be a dramatic one, you never know.
Pretty good bet on the guy at the plate right now.
Joel up there, first pitch is a fastball, strike called, outer black. He's 1 for 3 today, led off the 2-run 6th inning with the first of 4 straight hits to start the inning. Scored a run. Hitting streak now at 7. 0-1 pitch, and it's in the dirt, a fastball. Memorial Day crowd here, 2,792. Feels a little bit bigger than that. They're into it. Now Newby set, he fires, and a half swing. They say Guzman went. The plate ump made the call on a slider. 1-2. Revs will be right back home for the first weekend in June. Coming up after the 3-game jaunt to Bridgeport. The 1-2 to Guzman, and a swing and a foul tip behind the plate. Again, Sugarland lost earlier, 10-4 in Lancaster on our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. The Revs with a first-place lead that will, at worst, remain 1 game. Trying to make it a 2-game cushion. Tied here in the 7th. Newby ready. 1-2, and it dives down and away. Another slider from the righty.
That's new, Daryl. They showed Major League scoreboards on the LED boards out in left and right center field. That is new, isn't it?
Yeah, a couple times last year, but new this year. The 2-2, and a swing and a loop to right field. Brad Snyder coming on, and it plops in front of him. A blue pit. He's just now picking it up as Joel serves it in shallow over near the line, his second hit. And that'll get Talvin Nash to the plate. Snyder realized he couldn't get to it, and he took his time. Yeah, good stuff from Scott and Brian down in the video booth. It's Memorial Day, always a huge day in the majors as well. It's watching the Mets and White Sox before coming in today, which I know you were deeply interested in.
Oh, it's a happy Harvey day indeed.
Well, that's great. I'm happy for you. Here's Nash. First offering is outside, a slider.
Real pitcher's duel between him and Quintana for the White Sox.
Mm-hmm.
And really, it was a Harvey day in every sense. He pitched great, and the Mets couldn't get any runs on the board for him, except for a Neil Walker solo homer that proved to be the difference. 1-0 win.
There's the 1-0. Guzman fakes calling, and Nash a bounce foul, third base side. Joel was literally running in place at first base on purpose. Maybe just to draw a laugh.
Maybe to practice his running man challenge.
Jason Repko, his first base coach this inning, holding his gear. On the 1-1 to Nash, and a slider hooks away. Talvin 1 for 3, singled and scored last inning. His hitting streak is at 10.
And it's pitches like that, Darryl, that make me think Talvin's going to get some real looks from the Major League ball clubs. He's been susceptible to swinging to those earlier in his career and going for strikeouts.
2-1, that misses away, a fastball, and he's got a heavy hitter's count.
But he's been taking pitches like that throughout most of this season, especially in May. And it's really paid off for him as he's not just had the power, but he's gotten the average up too, hitting close to 300.
Yeah, one more hit would probably put him over that mark. The 3-1, breaking ball and a high strike call. And that'll be a full count. So Guzman will have the head start. Keith Castillo's on deck. This is newbie's inning, nobody else up for Somerset. And they'll play behind Joel at first. The stretch, the 3-2, and a swing and a ground ball to deep short, backhanded by Jones. A long throw is off the bag. Nash is safe, throw to third. Joel is tagged out. Although maybe not. He's called out, and Polo is livid. Polo thought the tag was missed, and to be honest, thinking about it from here, it seemed like it might have been missed. Joel is lurking and staring down upon Derek Moshe, and he was visibly upset upon hearing it as well. Polo was really steamed, and the Revs, who perhaps should have had first and third, here comes Mace out to argue the call now. Maybe should have had first and third for Castillo. The inning ends instead. And Polo throws his coach's helmet back to the dugout, right in front of the plate ump to Brower. And he was trying to get in his ear as well to vent, if nothing else. No runs, one hit, maybe two hits.
Yeah, 2 hits, that was a single.
Yep, Talbot Nash, an infield hit, one man left. We go to the 8th, still tied at 5.
The more we help the ones in need, the more progress our community will make.
By focusing on quality education, income opportunities, and basic health care,
all of York County can have access to the building blocks of a good quality of life.
Together we can load the bases for our community.
And hit a home run.
Give generously to the 2016 United Way Community Fund.
Find out more and give now at unitedway-york.org.
Does your wealth advisor know how you take your coffee? At Smith, Mayer & Little Wealth Advisory Group, we genuinely get to know our clients, from their interests, goals, and dreams, right down to how they like their coffee. By understanding our clients on a personal level, we help them make wise financial decisions. In us, you will find a trusted confidant dedicated to your financial success. Smith, Mayer & Little, a wealth of knowledge about wealth. Get to know us over a cup of coffee, or visit us at financialjava.com.
Janney Montgomery Scott LLC, member NYSE, FINRA, and SIPC.
Come and celebrate 10 years of York Revolution baseball with the Celebrate York Series presented by Memorial Hospital. The series honors significant contributions from York, Pennsylvania's most notable events and favorite citizens with giveaways every Friday night home game. The series continues on Friday, June 3rd with a bobblehead of York High's own NFL Hall of Famer Chris Dolman. Visit YorkRevolution.com for more details. It's the Celebrate York Series, proudly presented by Memorial Hospital for the York Revolution's 10th anniversary season.
Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Top of the 8th, lefty Ron Scooters comes on with 2 of the 3 hitters this inning, left-handed for Somerset. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. Skies very dark around north and now to the east as well as the west. Everywhere but the south. Rob Crowell leading off. Scooter's first pitch is outside. Pitching change is, of course, brought to you by Maple Donuts. Crowell 1 for 2, an RBI single, a walk, and 2 runs today. Michael Jones and then the lefty Aaron Eggleston will follow. 9-1-2 this inning. 5-5 our score. Here's the 1-0 from Scooters, and a fastball pumped in at the knees for a strike. The third reliever used. Click went 2 1/3, 2 runs, and then Checo 2 scoreless with 1 hit. So they've done a nice job of getting this game late. Scooters set. The 1-1 offering. Check swing, poked foul, a liner into the seats in left. Crowd just kind of reaching out and serving it that way. Scooters has thrown the ball much better of late. 1-0 with a .436 overall in 12 games. 1-2-3, 9th in his last appearance Saturday night. And looked very good in doing so. Now ready, and the 1-2 missed down and away, a fastball at 90. I think I did see a little flash of lightning off to the east right before the innings started. If it's to the east, it should be away from threatening us, but we'll see what's to come. There's still north and west skies that are concerning. Now time asked for at the plate. Another little flicker of lightning off to the north, out beyond left field. It has cooled off. Some rain showers last evening. That did not cool things off very much. The 2-2 swung on, hit in the air in left center. Rocket back on it. He'll have room. Makes the catch fairly deep out there. But Crowell retired, and that's 1 down in the 8th. No wind at the moment, which is surprising with the way the skies look.
So we're going to have this cloud cover for a little while.
Yeah, I guess so.
Boy, this looks like Kansas right before Dorothy got sent to Oz.
Seriously.
Everything's in sepia tone now.
Here's Michael Jones, top of the order. Shows a bunt, drops down a bunt. Tejeda out, pounces on it, fires, got him! Great play! And Nash gave him the target to the inside of the bag, 2 down. Nash playfully waving bye-bye to Michael Jones, who I guess he knows him from the past. And that was a tough play for Tejeda because the bunt hit the lip of the grass out near the third base line, and it stopped. And he looked like he was expecting to maybe have to go a half step further to pick it up, had to adjust to that, but did so flawlessly. 2 down, here's Aaron Eggleston, who's 2 for 4 with an RBI. It is picturesque in a very ominous way here at People's Bank Park. Pitch to Eggleston is a tad high, and it's 1 ball with no strikes. Scooter is trying to get the hitters back to the plate. The 1-0. And that's right down the middle. Strike called. Revs were swept in 3 at Somerset on their first trip. They're trying to win 3 out of 4 here this weekend. 1-1, and it's taken a little bit low.
There's the wind again now. Blowing left to right as we see it.
And now picking up even more so.
Well, if it picks up, there's a bit of a clear beyond the left field wall. Still a hazy shade of gray, but not nearly as dark.
Scooter's ready with it. 2-1, And a swing and a bouncing ball, second base. High hop to Dre, charging in. He's got it letter high and tosses to first. 1-2-3, top of the 8th inning for Ron Scooters. Joe Morgan heading out to talk with Derek Moshe, give him the weather update. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. We are tied 5-5.
Wednesdays are the worst. I've got to get the kids to school in time, to get to work, then it's just one long day of meetings. But hey, at least I don't have to worry about making dinner.
Kids eat free with People's Bank. Save money at every Wednesday home game.
So now when the Revs are in town, I just pull into a People's Bank, pick up that week's coupon, and dinner is done. Revolution Wednesdays? Awesome. Revolution!
Thanks to People's Bank, kids eat free at every Wednesday home game. No need to be a People's Bank customer. Just pick up your coupon at any People's Bank branch and do dinner at People's Bank Park. One coupon per child per game.
Payne doesn't take Sunday off. Neither do we. We're open weekdays 8 to 8 and weekends 9 to 6. Just walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics, 2319 South George Street in York, across from the Apple Hill Health Campus. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today.
Struggling to find quality IT help for your business? Tired of being sold solutions from companies helping their bottom line more than yours? Sick of your calls being answered overseas? SoCo Business Solutions is your answer to maintain your current environment, redesign your infrastructure, provide local responsive support, and keep your data safe. Contact SoCo at 717-505-8080 and let us be your IT solutions provider. That's 717-505-8080 or online at socobusinesssolutions.com.
The Revolution plays here. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Bottom of the 8th. Man, is it dark. Revs and Patriots tied at 5. Right-hander Jeremy McBride is the new pitcher for Somerset. A couple of fans maybe heading for cover, it looks like, just in case, but
there's lightning.
Tarp crews at the top of the right field stands. Well, we'll play on for now. Joe Morgan gave Derek Moshe the update. Keith Castillo stands in. 3 for 3 today with a ribby and a run. First pitch from McBride is just inside. This will be his 16th game, 2-0 with a 2.40 ERA and a save. Works quickly, he deals, and a swing and a ground ball, deep short. Jones backhands, long throw to first is in time. And Castillo retired for the first time all day. McBride only 9 hits and 3 walks given up in 15 innings. Been a late inning setup man. AAA Salt Lake last year in the Angels system. Here's Andres Perez. Dre today, 2 for 3 with a run. I wonder if he was waiting for an announcement on his blue pit in the 6th. As a slider catches the outside corner, although it looked low. 0-1.
Yeah, well, now we're getting into weird numbers. 502. Not quite.
A wind, the 0-1. And a swing and a chopper to third. One big hop to Carlos Guzman. He'll step into the throw and snap it across. 2 down. Somerset's last visit here last season. Final game of the series, the two teams played 14 innings before York won. I don't think either team wants that today. Certainly not the Revs after going to the pen in the 3rd. Here's Charlie Thurber, and a fastball missed a little low. One thing is, if the game stays tied, well, actually, take that back. Here's the 1-0, and a swing and a high fly ball in center. What might the wind do? Trayvon Robinson eyeing it up, has to run in, and he's got time to adjust and make the catch in shallow center. 1-2-3, 8th inning, and a very quick one for McBride. It'll send us to the 9th, tied up. It's a 5-5 game.
Kids today, with Facebook, texting, TV, and video games, seems like fresh air and sunshine are things of the past. Remember playing catch, climbing trees, wholesome backyard fun? Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care remembers, give them lush grass, healthy trees, the good old outdoors. American is baseball and apple pie. Kids have every reason to stay inside. Don't let your lawn be one of them. Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care, world-class care right in your backyard. 717-292-9994.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving York County for more than 150 years. Always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make York County great. And to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
What if I told you your family of 4 could have an all-inclusive outing for only $55? The York Revolution are telling you that right now. The Family Fun Pack includes 4 flexible ticket vouchers to be used whenever you'd like, 4 food vouchers for hot dogs, chips, and drinks, 2 playground wristbands, and a parking pass. Again, $55. Have more than 4 in your family? Additional tickets and food vouchers are only $10. Buy online at YorkRevolution.com, over the phone at 801-HITS, or in person at the Apple Chevrolet ticket office.
Your home for Revolution Baseball. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Top of the 9th, and here at home with the score tied, the Revs will use their closer. Mike DeMarc comes on, and good spot for him. They're facing 3, 4, and 5 in the order. Pitching change brought to you by Maple Donuts. You get him ready, and if you take the lead, he's in for that. Otherwise, use him now, because if you take the lead after this point in time, you'll win, and you won't be able to use him anyway. Eric Ferris to lead off the 9th. First pitch is right there for a strike. DeMarc yesterday picked up save number 12. His first outing since Thursday. He had a couple of days off. Here's the 0-1. And a swing and a foul the other way and right, out over the roof. Ferris today 1 for 2 with a double, 2 walks, one of which pushed home a run back in the second inning with the bases loaded. Now DeMarc set, 0-2, and a swing and a high fly ball, shallow left center. Wilson is out pointing. Rocket comes in from center, and he'll make the grab. Looking up into the gray, wind-blown skies, dark gray, and with lightning flashing as he was locating the ball. But not to distract him. 1 down. And here's Brian LaHare, who's 0 for 4 with a pair of deep flyouts today. DeMarc, no record, 14 games, 12 saves. And the pitch to LaHare is right there for ball 1. This will be only the 3rd appearance in which DeMarc does not get a save this year. League leader in saves delivers, and a liner yanked foul into the front of the picnic deck, in right, and it bounces down onto the field. Right above a kid at the top of that section. A little too high for him to catch, and he thought maybe it would settle in the picnic area, he could go get it, but it bounced down. And now they flip it to a youngster. As DeMarc misses down low, the count 2 balls and a strike. 14 2/3 innings this year, 2 unearned runs. 8 hits, 2 walks, 19 Ks. Dominant stuff. He deals and missed inside, 3-1. LaHare, and then the left-hand hitting Brad Snyder is next. He homered earlier today. Wind blowing hard left to right. DeMarc stretches the arms up. 3-1 is high and away. And that is only his 3rd walk given up this season in 15 innings. 1 out base runner.
And a pinch runner coming on. That's Scott Kelly, the league leader in stolen bases, is going to run for LaHare, the DH.
16 steals in the year. 3 ahead of anybody else. And he won't just be in there to stand around. I'm sure he'll attempt one. As Brad Snyder digs in. Paper is starting to blow around in the booth a bit. DeMarc ready. First pitch, he's not running, and he pounds the strike zone. A fastball at 94. And strike one called. Snyder today, 1 for 3. Homered onto the clubhouse roof in the third after reaching on a walk before that. Kelly digs in on his lead. And a throw to first. He dives back. One of the games that the Revs lost at Somerset in April, Scott Kelly was front and center, getting on base with his speed. Singled, stole 2 bags, and scored on a wild pitch to end it. He draws a throw here that was low, but Talvin Nash got enough of it to keep it close by.
The Revs going with their closer in the 9th inning. Somerset will do the same in their part of the 9th whenever it comes. Big John Hutton is warming up.
And DeMarc into his stretch. 0-1 to Snyder is upstairs. And now a good count to run on. Now 1-1 for Kelly, who we mentioned has 16 steals, caught only twice. DeMarc ready with it. The 1-1, he's not going, and a swing and a foul, straight back, 1-2. One of Kelly's former coaches is here today. Now York College head men's basketball coach Matt Hunter, who coached Kelly when he was playing in high school in New Jersey. Came out to see him today. But Matt was also rooting for the Revs. The 1-2, and a swing and a tap foul behind home plate. DeMarc ahead of Snyder, who battles. Kelly's yet to attempt running. No doubt Tejeda is prepared to see him take off at some point. DeMarc's made a couple of moves over on him. Nash holding, here's the stretch. Another move to first, and Kelly dives back. And Nash has to be ready to catch something up around 90 miles an hour from DeMarc. Gets himself low and very prepared to see one fired his way. And now time asked for by the hitter. Tied at 5, 9th inning. DeMarc ready with it, deals, and a strike 3 called. 2 down here in the 9th. He went right at him, and Snyder could not pull the trigger. He was locked on it. And that's out number 2. I understand that it's pouring in North York. Not here at the moment, as DeMarc tries to get his team to the plate with a tie score. Matt Fields at bat, 0 for 4 with 3 Ks. The pitch from DeMarc, fastball strike, 93 on the outer black. Kelly off to his lead again. DeMarc, the 0-1, and a swing and a miss. He blew a fastball by him. No balls, 2 strikes, as he tries to send it to the bottom of the 9th. Fields the league leader in Ks, 50, after 3 whiffs today. DeMarc ready, the 0-2. Just missed outside. Everybody was walking off. And he'll have to do it again. Tejeda didn't move the glove. But DeMarc doesn't get the call. The agitation from Revs fans growing. Now ready again. The 1-2. And a swing and a Foul tip, maybe? Either way, it's caught. And a strikeout to end the inning. It was the splitter. And I thought I heard a tip, but Tejeda made the clean catch regardless. No runs, no hits, and one left. We go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Revs will try to win it. Josh Wilson, Michael Rocket, Alfredo Marte are due. It's a 5-5 game.
Tennis used to be a very polite game. Today, tennis raises a racket. Flying feet. The style, the play, and the players are intense, athletic, and hard-charging. Flying Feet Sports Shoes welcomes the evolution of tennis and its battling players with a full line of specialty tennis shoes worthy of the new game. These aren't stand-around, look-pretty shoes. These are co-conspirators for the court. Shoes that will endure opponent after opponent, match after match. Shoes that move when and how you move and stop at your command. Shoes that fit and feel good so your feet are ready and able to play that next set. Flying Feet's team includes Prince, Wilson, and New Balance in widths that fit, and the Flying Feet staff is always on the sidelines to help you with your selection. Tennis, it's a new game. Be prepared to play it well. Flying Feet. Flying Feet Sports Shoes, just off exit 18 of I-83, right behind Domino's in York.
Hey Revs fans, want to get in the game? You can throw out an honorary first pitch this season by bringing a group to People's Bank Park. Select groups who reserve tickets in the month of May will receive a first pitch courtesy of Bell Socialization Services with support from Adhesives Research. For information, call Reed Gunderson at 717-801-4498. Celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, Bell provides housing supports and living skills training to more than 1,400 people every year here in South Central PA through its mental health, intellectual disability, and homeless service programs. Bell Socialization Services, empowering lives every day.
Your county, your teams. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Bottom of the ninth, McBride stays in after a 6-pitch 8th inning. They'll save Hunton if the game goes longer. Josh Wilson leads off and swings and misses on a slow slider to begin the at-bat. The Revs tarp crew in this 5-5 tie is gathered and ready, maybe in the event that the game ends and they come out and do it as quickly as possible. Pitch to Wilson is swung on, popped up. In the infield, Crowell, the catcher, is out, trying to position. Fields down from first, and he's got it in foul territory, approaching the home plate circle with Wilson's bat laying just a couple of feet away from him. Could have been an obstacle, but that's out number one for McBride, who's retired all 4 that he's faced. And maybe the tarp crew is gathered because we're in trouble regardless, but they might be thinking if the Revs win, we'll get it on right away. Michael Rocket stands in and takes a strike. There is softball on this field the next 2 nights. The 0-1 and a ground ball shortstop right at Michael Jones. He'll pump the throw a little low, but handled by Fields. And 5 very quick outs for McBride, who's done it on 10 pitches. Top of the order, and Alfredo Marte. And a light sprinkle beginning. With the wind left to right, I'm not sure the chances of one of these right-hand hitters ending it on one swing. Then again, a couple of them could probably hit one through a hurricane. Pitch to Marte, a slider for a strike. A rally would be just fine, but McBride's gotten 5 outs in 10 pitches. Winds and deals, swing and a miss, a slider away. Marte 0 for 4 today after going 3 for 8 his first 2 games. And McBride a strike away from sending it to extras. 0-2, and it misses down low, a slider. Revs have Ricardo Gomez getting ready for the 10th. McBride, the wind and the pitch. And a slider just missed low. Marte works it full. Isaiah Tejeda would be next. Tied at 5 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And the 3-2 slider, strike 3 called. A 3-2 slider. And we will go extra innings here on Memorial Day evening. 6 up, 6 down for McBride. And we'll go to the 10th. Revs and Patriots tied at 5.
Hi, this is Tom Dasher, president of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in retirement planning and strategies to meet individual personal goals. Whether you are looking for wealth accumulation or to maximize your retirement income. Oh, heck, this is sounding just like another commercial. Hey, listen, it's this simple. We use risk-free investment vehicles, whether you are looking to still build wealth accumulation or you want retirement income or a combination of both. It is all about getting your money parked in the place that will benefit you the most. If you want to do that, call me. My office number is 246-3879 or my mobile is 487-2096 or contact me at my new website at tomdasher.com.
Broadway Transmission? I don't know how they do it.
We've been in business for 60 years at the same location.
I don't know how they do it.
It's our long-term nationwide warranties.
Oh, and don't forget our online appointment scheduling.
I still don't know how they do it.
They towed my van at no cost with my repair.
It's our ATRA certified technicians. Don't forget the good-looking genius in the office.
Come on, man. I know they help me with financing. Still, with my bad credit, I don't know how they do it.
I did my research and felt comfortable that Broadway is a AAA approved specialty repair shop. I showed my AAA card and saved some hard-earned cash.
I was happy to get a $100 rebate in the mail after the job was done.
I sure don't know how they do it, but I do know they get it done, and they get it done right.
Broadway Transmission. We'll get your shift together and back on the road fast. Check us out on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
Join me, Steve Zabin, mornings at 6 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
This is Hall of Fame third baseman Brooks Robinson. You're listening to York Revolution Baseball on the home of the Revs, Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Top of the 10th, we are tied at 5. Ricardo Gomez comes on. Carlos Guzman to lead things off. And Gomez, with dark skies above, fires a first pitch strike. Guzman 1 for 4, a homer to left center in the 5th, going oppo for his 4th and 3rd in about the last week. There's the 0-1, and it slides down and in. Gomez, the 5th reliever used by the Revs today, who still have Bo Vaughn, Tyrell Harris, and Frank Gailey at their disposal. Gomez in his 14th game, good numbers. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, a high hard one at 91. ERA is 1.42 for Gomez, 12 2/3, 5 runs but only 2 earned. And Guzman, our K-man today, will have to listen to chants of breadsticks as he climbs back in. Gomez stares for the sign. And the 1-2, swinging a foul out of play, third base side. Connor Little is up for Somerset. So if they take the lead, I'm sure it'll be Hunton. If it stays tied, it'd be Little. Be Little. Gomez with the pitch. And a swing and a liner yanked foul as that goes rocketing into the picnic area in right. Bottom third of the order for the Patriots in the 10th. Trayvon Robinson and Rob Crowell also due. Gomez will face them all hitting from the left side of the plate. And the pitch. Swung on, line to center field. Rocket lays out for it, but it short hopped him. And fortunately, he made a clean pick. He sold out for it, trying to steal a hit, but it skipped just in front of him. And the leadoff man is on. If it gets by him, it's disastrous. Fortunately, he was able to make a clean pick on the dive on the short hop. Guzman with his second hit. And now Trayvon Robinson will be up there to bunt. I would certainly expect. And Gomez the pitch. He squares, creeps up in the box, and takes a strike. Robinson 1 for 4, a double off the arch nemesis back in the third and scored. And he's got time requested, looking down at Glenn Barker at third for the Signs. From what we've seen, he's a terrific bunter. Guzman in from third, and the 0-1, he squares, bunts it in front of the plate, and Tejeda slipped, and there will be no play. A bunt single, and it's first and second. It was right between Gomez and Tejeda, and it had some high bounce on the bunt. He really got on top of it, and that maybe caused Tejeda and Gomez to look at each other. And when Isaias looked up, and there was just that sliver of confusion, Isaias overstepped it and never could get a throw off.
And everyone's heading to the exits right now. All of a sudden, I think something just opened up above us.
Yep.
Yeah, it's blowing in from right field, looks to be.
This one guy down here's umbrella just opened inside out.
No.
Here's Rob Crowell. Corners are in. He squares to bunt and bunts it foul as that goes bouncing behind home plate. So here with the first two men on for the Patriots in the 10th inning, the rain begins.
Like you said, Darryl, completely unexpected. We had, if not clear skies, that dry skies scheduled, forecasted throughout the night. Not so much right now.
0-1, Krause squares, gets it down. Gomez is in. Tejeda pointing to first. Throw is made with Perez covering. Sacrifice is good. It goes 1-4. Both runners move up, second and third with one out.
We are right in the middle of it. I got the Doppler pulled up here, and the storm that was coming from the southeast, from northwest from Harrisburg, has split, and the tail of it is about to wrap around here. Yeah, York is right about to see it all come down. Something is about to hit the fan.
There's Michael Jones as Gomez misses inside. I thought you were going to say...
Perhaps in a more literal sense for some.
I thought you were going to say something's about to hit the fans.
Oh, yeah, that would make more sense. See, well, that's why you're the number one this year.
It's the 1-0, and a curveball misses in tight. 2-0 on Jones at the top of the order. And this guy down here in the Dietz and Blewett Insurance Diamond deck did get his umbrella straightened out.
Oh, good for him.
Jones 1 for 4 today, a single and a walk. Gomez fires, swung on and popped up in the infield. Guzman at third into foul ground. Third base coach gets out of his way, and Joel makes the grab for out number 2. That is huge. The infield in, Gomez not only got him to pop up, but in foul territory. Right in Glenn Barker's area. And now second and third with 2 down, Aaron Eggleston the hitter. First base is open if you wanted to be careful to the lefty. Infield plays back, the pitch. He shows a bunt, and Gomez missed high. It was either a fake or a safety squeeze. Guzman wasn't going anywhere from third base just yet. The infield is all the way back now, and Eggleston at least faked it. He's 2 for 4 with an RBI single back in the third. Gomez now with the pitch, and a slider hooks right in for a strike. It's 1-1. 5-5 our score here in the 10th inning. Revs 2-1 in extras this year. Gomez set. The 1-1. Ooh, that nailed him. Fastball in, it hit him right in the back of the leg. At 92, that won't feel great. And now there's no room for error. The base is loaded. Eric Ferris coming up.
Works just like an intentional walk, a bit more painful.
Revs' last extra inning game was 8 innings, May 7th at Southern Maryland in Game 2 of a doubleheader. And they won that one. They lost in 11 at Somerset, won in 11 at home against Bridgeport before that. Here's Ferris with them loaded. 2 outs. Pitch from Gomez right there for a strike. 91 right down the bottom of the zone. Ferris 1 for 3 with a double, 2 walks, and an RBI, which came on a walk with them loaded in the 2nd inning. It's up there with them loaded in the 10th inning here. The 0-1 slider breaks outside. Light rain continuing, and it's cleared a lot of the seating bowl, but has not interrupted play. It's still just a really light rain.
The sky to our left corner here is looking rather fuchsia.
1-1 pitch, slider, he shoots a foul the other way. Gomez jammed him even though it was off speed, and it's 1-2. Almost like one of those sliders that backed up. One and 2 with 2 outs here in the 10th. Gomez trying to leave them loaded. He's set and steps off. Trying to work around that bunt hit. He's ready. And the 1-2 swing at a fly ball right center. Rocket coming over. It's going to be Alfredo Marte as the wind pushes it back to right, and the catch is made. And for the 3rd time today, Revs pitching has left the bases loaded. First 2 men were on 2 hits. 3 runners are left. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Revs and Patriots still tied at 5.
And here we go, folks. She steps up to the box. This is a real pressure situation. 2 kids tugging at her blouse, a long line of customers, and only 30 minutes to get in, get a dozen maple donuts, and get to the party.
Oh, boy, look at the time.
Well, if Charlie Donuts All-Stars winds up, and here's the pitch.
Welcome to Maple Donuts. Can I help you?
Yes. No. I'm sorry. I'm not quite ready.
Oh, she steps out. The pressure may be too much, folks. No, wait. What's this? A meeting at the plate?
Okay, Mommy needs to order our maple donuts now. Can you two be good, please?
And she steps back up to the box.
All ready now?
I am.
She's swinging for the fences.
I'll have 4 glazed, 3 vanilla sprinkles, 3 chocolate icing, 2 jelly filled, and 1 chocolate peanut covered.
Wow, that was Major League. She read every stitch of that fastball and knocked it clean out of the park.
Enjoy your maple donuts.
Oh, we will. Okay, kids, let's go. Let's get these maple donuts to the party.
There you have it, folks. Maple Donuts, 58 varieties. Ready whenever you need to step up to the plate.
Maple Donuts taste right.
Payne doesn't take Sunday off. Neither do we. We're open weekdays 8 to 8 and weekends 9 to 6. Just walk into WellSpan Urgent Orthopedics, 2319 South George Street in York, across from the Apple Hill Health Campus. Visit wellspan.org/urgent orthopedics today.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
In the middle of the 10th inning, they called for the tarp as the skies have opened and the rain coming down pretty hard at the moment. Looking at the radar, maybe it won't be a long wait, but the tarp coming on and we'll go into a rain delay in extra innings here. Right after Ricardo Gomez left the bases loaded, so we stay tied. 5-5 our score, but we'll have to wait before the Revs have a chance to hit. Connor Little was making his way in. He was already walking through the infield and approaching the mound. So everything was status quo until the skies suddenly opened. It's been looking severely ominous for much of the last hour or so, and finally beginning to rain here. But even that quickly, it's starting to lighten up just a bit. And it is looking a bit brighter off to the north and west, so hopefully this is just a brief interruption. The Revs do have a fairly early bus to Bridgeport tomorrow, but we'll have to worry about that at a different time. They're trying to win this game tonight first and foremost. And in a rain delay now with the score tied 5-5 before they come to bat in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Well, and we all thought we were going to get out of here early tonight.
Rarely is that the case. Well, while we wait, a quick recap of how we got here, and then we'll check out-of-town scores and get you some bonus coverage of the Stanley Cup Finals for however long this delay might last. Somerset, in the first 2 innings, they left them loaded in the first. In the second inning, they scored on a bases-loaded walk against Matt Neal, who really struggled command-wise early in the game today, but he got out of that second, allowing only the 1 run, which was unearned after a catcher's interference. And in the bottom of the second inning, the Revs would storm in front with 3. Keith Castillo singled to right. Andres Perez singled off the arch nemesis for his 1,000th pro hit. And after that standing ovation, Charlie Thurber ripped an RBI double to left to tie it. And then later in the inning, a wild pitch brought Perez home for the lead. Michael Rocket, a sac fly, made it 3-1. But in the third, Somerset answered with 3 of their own, going back in front 4-3. Brad Snyder led off with a homer, and then with 2 outs, a double from Trayvon Robinson kept the inning alive. And that was it for Neal. Rob Crowell, an RBI single. Later, Aaron Eggleston, an RBI single, and that gave the Patriots the 4-3 lead. In the 5th inning, after Michael Click, who was first in relief, had settled down, he had a 1-2-3 fourth. Carlos Guzman greeted him with a home run to left center, leading off the 5th, and the Patriot lead reached its peak at 5-3. Click got the next 3, though, and the bullpen since then has been flawless, with Checo going 2, Scooters going a 1-2-3-8, DeMarc a scoreless 9th, and then Gomez leaving the bases loaded in the top of the 10th, which came after a leadoff single and a miscommunicated bunt single, which put Gomez back against the wall right away. Somerset had their first 2 men on. A sac bunt moved them to second and third, but he got a clutch foul pop-up from Michael Jones at the top of the order. And then after inadvertently drilling Aaron Eggleston with a fastball to load them, he retired Eric Ferris on a fly ball to right, with the wind howling at that point to leave them loaded. And Somerset has stranded 13 runners now on the day. And back in the 6th inning, the Revs tied it at 5-5, and that's where we've been ever since. Sean Garceau had settled in after the 3-run second inning, but Guzman and Nash greeted him with singles in the 6th. That prompted his exit. Mike Thomas came in, and Keith Castillo greeted him with an RBI single to center. Then Andres Perez, a bloop hit, loaded them, and with 1 out after another pitching change, Josh Wilson got one airborne against Gus Schlosser for a sac fly to right, tying the game at 5-5, and that's where we've been ever since. Both bullpens have done a nice job late in this game. Schlosser got the final 2 outs in the 6th, then a scoreless 7th from Kyler Newby, and 2 quick, perfect innings from Jeremy McBride. And Connor Little was making his way in, ready to pitch the bottom of the 10th inning when the skies opened. And right now it does continue to come down fairly heavily, steady rain falling. And again, getting brighter to the north and west, but it has finally hit us. So a rain delay here in the middle of the 10th inning with the game tied 5-5. We'll take a quick look at our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard before we break. Earlier today, Bridgeport beat Southern Maryland 7-3 at Harbor Yard. Lancaster throttled Sugarland 10-4, so the Revs with a win could go 2 games up. At worst, they will remain 1 game up heading into play tomorrow. And a quick look at the Major League scores here as well before we head out to the start of Stanley Cup final coverage on NBC Sports Radio. Big day in the majors, as always, on Memorial Day, and games all over the circuit. Bottom of the 8th, the Rangers up 9-2 in Cleveland. Nationals and Phillies are tied 1-1 in the 5th at Citizens Bank Park. Blue Jays a 4-0 lead hosting the Yankees. That game in the 6th in Toronto. Pirates a 2-0 lead in Miami. That game is in the 5th inning in South Florida. Just underway in Kansas City, Rays and Royals are scoreless. Earlier today, Matt Harvey looked like his old self. The Mets shut out the White Sox 1-0 in Queens. Braves beat the Giants 5-3 at Turner Field, only Atlanta's 5th home win all year, 5-21. Red Sox a 7-2 win in Baltimore over the Orioles. Also finals from earlier, the Cardinals a 6-0 shutout win in Milwaukee. The A's beat the Twins 3-2 in Oakland. Mariners all over the Padres 9-3 at Safeco. The Reds win a slugfest at Coors Field 11-8. Joey Votto hit his 200th career home run. Astros an 8-3 win in Arizona. Cubs shut out the Dodgers 2-0 as Travis Wood combined on a one-hit shutout. And coming up, the latest game in the majors tonight at 9:05, the Tigers and the Angels in Anaheim. And you are up to date on our York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. Here, it's a little bit of a downpour at the moment. In a rain delay in the 10th inning, Revs will be batting when we get back to action. We're tied at 5 here at Peoples Bank Park. And actually, looking ahead at the schedule, the Patriots do not come back here until the second half, July 25th, so I'm sure they'll try to finish this one today. The Revs have one more series in a couple of weeks at Somerset, which is a first half series, of course, but this is their only visit here in the first half, and this is the series finale. So again, 5-5 in a rain delay in the 10th inning. And as we wait, and we'll come back as soon as we have an update, and make sure you check our Twitter feed at WOYK1350 as well. But for the meantime, we'll send it to Kenny Albert on Westwood One. He's got the call of Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals from Pittsburgh. Penguins and Sharks just underway. And we'll head there right now here on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Here we go.
Sorry, Kenny. We're back at People's Bank Park as we are forced to interrupt our bonus coverage of Game 1 of the Cup Finals, but we'll be back there at the conclusion of this one. 5-5, middle of the 10th.
I got to cut into Kenny Albert. A dream come true. My goodness.
Well, the rain came down steadily and hard for maybe 20 minutes or so. We called for the delay at 8:19. We are set to resume play in 2 minutes at 8:55. The tarp is off. They started to pull it off when there was still light rain, but I think both teams were in agreement that it's playable. Let's get this thing going. And they were actually asking from the dugout if they could hurry the process along a bit. And the umpires, both sides, grounds crew, they all agreed on it. So the tarp was removed. Right now they're just brushing away some of the standing water down along the shallow right field line. But the Revs in the bottom of the 10th, tied at 5, will have Tejeda, Guzman, and Nash coming up, 2, 3, and 4 in the order. And assuming that Somerset is staying with Connor Little, they have a right-hander throwing in their bullpen. That's who it was going to be, making his way in right when the delay happened. He's 3-0 with a 3.57 ERA in 13 games. And that is who the Revs are likely facing here in the bottom of the 10th.
And they will face him for as long as they want and as long as Somerset looks. We got the Doppler pulled up right now, and we are in the clear. There is nothing on radar for the foreseeable future.
Saw Little yesterday. He faced 2 hitters, got both of them out. And the Patriots have taken the field here for the resumption of this game. Little did not face any of the first 3 due up this inning in yesterday's game. And of course, the rain delay has knocked out a bunch of the attendance, which earlier was 2792. We're in a hot Memorial Day that will end up being a very cool and comfortable finish. The temperature has been slashed down to 73 degrees on the board as Little goes into his warm-ups on the actual game mound now. Fastball, 2-seamer, slider, changeup, cutter for the righty. 25 years old. Last year, a big part of their championship run after coming over from Southern Illinois of the Frontier League. Joined them in September of last year, one of their late season pickups. Former Marlins draft pick, and after his performance last year, he was invited to Major League spring training with the Braves. Spent his spring in Orlando in Atlanta's spring camp. And now back with Somerset to begin the season for the first time after joining them late last season. San Diego native who went to the University of Hawaii, and he fires his final warm-up. Tejeda, Guzman, Nash, 2, 3, and 4. And Isaiah's tonight looking for his first hit. 0 for 3 with a walk. Jeremy McBride was perfect in 2 innings to get it to this point for Somerset. Revs again in their fourth.
It started raining again.
Oh no.
It's light. It's light. Okay, I lied. We had more rain coming.
Revs in their 4th extra inning game, 2-1. And Little looks in as Tejeda stands in amidst light raindrops. First pitch is down low, and it's snuffed by Crowell off his glove. 1 ball and no strikes.
8:57, the resumption, officially a 38-minute rain delay.
There's the 1-0. And a slider over for a called strike.
And Darryl, while we were in delay, the wind shifted. It is now blowing out to left field. Good sign for these Revs hitters who are coming up.
1-1 pitch. Missed inside a fastball. Patriots are 4-0 in extra innings. 2-0 at home, 2-0 on the road. One of those was at York's expense back in April. The 2-1 slides way outside. Their last extra inning game, May 19th in Bridgeport, they won in 11. Now hitters count for Tejeda. He'll back out for a moment and then get his mind right. The wind, the 3-1. Fastball, called strike. He was walking toward first, and he's got words now for the plate on Brian DeBrouwer, who's heard no shortage of it tonight. And Tejeda, the guy who's been back there catching all night, he would know. He thought he had ball 4, and now DeBrouwer's telling him to get back in the box. A full count, and the pitch to him. Swung on, hit high in the air in center. Trayvon Robinson backs up. He'll have room though. Calls and makes the catch in fairly deep center. Tejeda just got under it. Fans were ready to go nuts when it left the bat, and he thought that he had ball 4 the pitch before that. We'll bring up Joel Guzman, who's 2 for 4 today. Came in hitting .413 at home, and at the moment, that's going up. Patriots will play him to pull. The second baseman, Ferris, is way up the middle. Eggleston very deep in left, and Joel asks for time and backs out for a moment. Very, very light sprinkle coming down. First pitch to Joel is down low.
Just struck 9 o'clock here in South Central PA.
(1-0) and a swing and a drive, left center field. Did he get it? Eggleston onto the track, and he's got room on the warning track in left center. And Guzman standing with his hands on his hips looking out there. I wonder if he thought that he got it. Didn't have the carry that it did when it was 90 degrees. And he flies out a step or 2 onto the track in left center, 2 down.
2 long fly balls. Will the third time be the charm with the league leader at the plate?
Calvin Nash in there. First pitch is outside, ball 1. If you're thinking walk-off homer, the Revs have a current 8-game home run streak that they've yet to extend. Nash tonight 2 for 4, both singles. And Little started his windup, but time had been requested at the plate. He looks a bit bothered and walks behind the mound.
2 walk-off homers for the Revs this season. The first one coming off of this man's bat back on May 3rd against Bridgeport in the 11th inning of the game.
Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Pitch down and away. Probably would have been ball 2. 5-5, bottom of the 10th. And the wind and the pitch. And a swing and a miss. Little continues to stay away from Nash. That one cutting. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Revs overall have 2 walk-off wins, both homers, Nash and Perez. Perez May 12th against New Britain. And now Nash had time asked for, and Little's upset. Backs off the mound, staring in with the hand up like, what the heck? And the plate ump DeBrouwer just said something to Nash. Don't say something to him, just don't call time if you don't like it. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on a high fastball. Little stares in at him, and Nash has some words for him as he walks off and chooses to ignore him. And now Nash barks back at him after he finally looked in and said something, and Polo ushers him away. Nash upset with that entire exchange, and he's got a little history with Somerset from last season when it was Mickey Story who drew his ire. And now Mace is upset, and he's in the face of the plate ump DeBrouwer, who really did not need to say anything to Nash after time had been called. If he didn't like it, just don't call it. And Nash, his teammates, coaches attempting to cool him off. And we'll go to the 11th. Well, may as well have a little testiness between York and Somerset. 11th inning, Frank Gailey coming in. It's a 5-5 game.
Providing quality services efficiently and in a timely manner to its clients is the mission of the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis, and Calkins. GSLSC is equipped to handle any real estate transactions, leases, residential and commercial real estate settlements, zoning issues, and all matters involving municipalities. They are also experienced in the formation and operation of family real estate ventures that are tax sensitive to the needs of the investors. Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis, and Calkins is an approved title insurance agency and can provide you with title insurance and legal representation at one low cost when buying a home or investment property. Don't risk any real estate settlement without an experienced real estate attorney from the law firm of Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis, and Calkins at your side. Phone 717-757-7602. They've been handling residential and commercial real estate matters in South Central Pennsylvania for more than 50 years. With mortgage interest rates at an all-time low, now is the time to buy or refinance. Phone 717-757-7602 today or visit their website, gslsc.com.
Hey, ma'am, I know how you feel. That guy down the street, the one with the fancy lawn, those weekend get-togethers, the big family barbecues, and the barefoot kids and wife outside working on her tan. Hey, it's no secret. It's greener on that side of the fence. It's Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care. Greener grass on your side of the fence is just a quick phone call away. For world-class care right in your backyard, call Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care, 717-292-9994.
Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Frank Gailey's first pitch of the 11th slipped just a bit high and outside all the way to the backstop, facing Scott Kelly, who bats for the first time. He pinch ran for the cleanup man Brian Lahair, the DH, back in the 9th inning. League leader in steals, never did attempt to run. And he stays in. Now to bat, beginning the 11th. And now the Patriots complaining about the LED boards. So Derek Moshe from the field hollering up here for them to fade to black. Gailey a little bit lower arm angle. Kelly hitting at 267. And Gailey with the pitch. It's inside, ball 2. Boy, everybody's all testy now.
Oh, yes.
After the rain. Connor Little did not at all care for Talvin Nash calling for time, and he was all stomping around back there. Here's a swing and a miss as Kelly chased up high. Revs fans, I think, are keyed in on this one now. A big reaction after that swing and miss. They're a little on edge the way this game has gone tonight. Middle third of the order for Somerset. 2-1 is fouled back to the net. Saw Gailey face one hitter in yesterday's game, a strikeout to strand a pair. Revs went to the bullpen in the 3rd inning today. 2-2, and a swing and a fly ball to center. Michael Rocket's got it lined up, and drifting into right center, he'll make the catch. One man down, we'll pause for station identification.
First in York, first in sports. Your only local sports station. The new Sports Radio 1350, WOYK, York, Pennsylvania.
One down here in the top of the 11th. And Brad Snyder, the batter, lefty on lefty. Pitch from Gailey right there for a strike at 88 as his velocity rises. Now appearing in his 6th game. 4 scoreless innings through his first 5 outings. 0-1, and a breaking ball dives down and away. Snyder 1 for 4, homered in the 3rd inning. Walked before that. Gailey set, belt high. And the 1-1 pitch, curveball, he popped him up. Guzman at third, into foul territory. A long run as it turns out, and he's got it onto the warning track in front of the Patriot dugout. He was off the line with the lefty batting and went a long way to get there for out number 2.
Off the line?
Off line. Two down here in the top of the 11th. We're tied at 5. And Matt Fields will stand in. Fields 0 for 5 tonight, 4 Ks. First pitch from Gailey is swung on, chopped to third and foul. Guzman over to glove it.
Well, the smattering of fans who are left are certainly vocal.
Yes. He's trying to figure out what happened. Did Snyder slam his stuff?
I think so, and they were giving the basketball foul-out treatment of left, right, sit down.
The 0-1, and a swing and a miss on a high, hard one. 89 from Gailey. Gailey, who thought he was done after last season, he was ready to go into the business world, running his facility near Philly. Now the 0-2, and it missed high and away. Fields 4 Ks already today on an 0 for 5 night.
Golden Sombrero is 1 strike away from going platinum.
Wow. A 1-2 swing, and he fights it off foul. He was late on it, but fouls it back. 5-5 game here in the 11th on a crazy Memorial Day evening. Gailey staring in and steps off. And now ready to go. The stretch, the 1-2, check swing, he went, strikes him out. The Revs have struck out Matt Fields for the 5th time tonight. And Frank Gailey with a 1-2-3, top of the 11th inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th. The Revs trying to win it in front of their hardy faithful. 5-5 our score.
Looking for something cool to do this weekend? Come to the coolest place in town and learn to play hockey or figure skate at the York Ice Arena. The York Ice Arena offers a Learn to Skate program for skaters of all ages and abilities, directed by ISA and USFSA qualified instructors. Skating classes range from beginner to freestyle. Hockey classes cover the basics of the game. All classes include free skate rental and 5 free skating passes, so you can try out your new skills. And remember, the coolest place in town is also available for the coolest birthday party in town. Host your birthday bash in group spaces or with a private ice rental. Public skating at the York Ice Arena is available afternoons, evenings, and weekends. Skate for just $7 and rent your skates for just $3. Plus, you can save with discount pass books. Oh, and ask about gift cards and kids' prepaid debit cards. So if you're looking to learn something cool, come to the coolest place in town and learn to skate at the York Ice Arena. For more information and to register, go to yorkskate.com. Get into the ball game with great savings and great weekly specials at your Sure Save neighborhood markets. Use your gold card every time you shop, and you automatically receive savings and rewards. And get incredible deals on the new Best Yet brand products at Saubel's Markets, Wetzel's Market, and also at Nell's Market Fresh Foods. Always a hit and always great savings.
Join me, Steve Zabin, mornings at 6 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Tied at 5, it's on to the bottom of the 11th. Left-hander Brandon Sisk is the new pitcher for Somerset. Keith Castillo, Andres Perez, Charlie Thurber due up. Revs going for walk-off win number 3 of the year. And Castillo to get things started. Big night, 3 for 4 with an RBI and a run. And he'll bat from the right for the second time against the lefty. He's 1 for 1 from this side tonight. First pitch is high and away. Brian Pounds has just grabbed a bat running down to the bullpen to loosen. Maybe they'd pinch hit for Thurber, who's a lefty. Overhead wind, the 1-0. Swing and a miss. And it's a ball and a strike. Sisk 0-1, a 2.08 ERA in 13 outings. There's the 1-1 to Castillo, and it misses outside. 13 innings, 6 runs for the lefty, but only 3 earned. Only 10 hits. Opponents hitting just 2.08. Pitch to Castillo, a check swing, a fastball just missed high, and they appeal to first. He did not go. 3-1. What do I know?
Which side Castillo's is his natural side?
Oh, his natural side? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
Left is his more common side, that's for sure.
Yeah. The 3-1. And a called strike. He was starting toward first.
Catcher, you might. What does he throw?
Throws right.
Throws right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm guessing he's a natural right.
Taking a couple of steps toward first there. He thought it was low. Here's the 3-2. Swings and fouls it off down the right field side. Out of play. I don't know. He hits well from both. And we haven't seen him very much from the right. We've seen him most often from the left. Another full count offering to him. And a swing and a foul tip squeezed. Sisk comes back to get him on the K. 1 down here in the bottom of the 11th.
Well, Darryl, the Revs have 2 walk-off homers this season. One was by Telvin Nash. The other one by this man, Andres Perez. 3-run shot with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. Revs trailing 3-1. They ended up winning 4-3 on that swing.
It's the only Revs batter with multiples of those in his career, and he's got 3. First pitch is up high for ball 1.
4 total walk-off hits, as I recall. He had a single a couple of years ago.
Yes, sir. And that was on a late night, extra innings, doubleheader game. Here's the 1-0, and a outside strike call on a change-up to Dre. He's 2 for 4 tonight. Hit number 1,000 as a pro was the first of those 2. 1 run scored in the game. Sisk winds, the 1-1, and it misses high and away. Fastball at 88. Sisk was acquired during the offseason from New Jersey of the Can-Am League. 30-year-old lefty winds. The 2-1, swing and a foul back. Out of play. I think that hit the light tower, didn't it?
All right, so we almost had a reverse natural there.
2-2.
All right, Dre, you want to aim for the light tower that's above the arch nemesis there. That way we win the game.
Thurber is on deck, by the way. Now Sisk kicks the 2-2. Swinging a ground ball, base hit to left. There's his 3rd hit of the night. They were guarding the line with Guzman, and he hit it right through the left side of the infield, and the winning run is on base. And it won't be Thurber. He's called back. Brian Pounds will be sent up as a pinch hitter. I do not believe we've ever had a walk-off pinch hit.
It's rare in this league.
Yeah. We've only ever had 3 pinch hit home runs. The last was in 2010. Not that he needs to do that, but the outfield will go back very deep here.
Just keep the line moving.
A Pound stands in. Sisk stares at Dre, deals home, and misses high. We're tied at 5 here in the bottom of the 11th.
Now Pounds has the clutch gene in him this month. Game-winning hits in both ends of a doubleheader in Southern Maryland on May 7th, and then the 2-run homer to put the Revs on top in that 13-11 win over Sugar Land a couple of weeks ago.
Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss on a fastball up. This is his first pinch hit at bat of the season. He's hitting at 236, 3 homers overall. Much better than that here at Peoples Bank Park, though. Now Sisk ready. The 1-1 up high. Pounds lays off. Not really guarding the line at third now, but the outfield is extremely deep. And also, if there's a ball that hits that grass, it may skid, so they may even have to be deeper for that reason. Here's the 2-1. Fastball just missed in. Pounds flinched back. He got the call. This is his first career pinch hit at bat with York. None last year either. Josh Wilson follows Pounds now in the order.
Yeah, with this grass being slick, what would the benefits be of laying down a bunt right here?
Next one is over for a strike. It's 3-2.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah. Well, if you have the right guy up there, if it's Michael Rocket, benefits would be many.
Well, Pounds gets on, Wilson after him. If they end up loading the bases, I would.
Very interesting thought. Perez running 3-2 is swung on and missed, and Crowell can't get a grip. No throw. It'll be a stolen base. Perez running on 3-2. Pounds struck out on the high fastball. The winning run does go to second. It's Perez's first stolen base this season. And Josh Wilson coming up, and we'll see how much good he gets to hit here. First base is open. Perez 12th career steal with York. Now he's the winning run at second base. Tied at 5 in the 11th. And pitch to Wilson is up high. He'll leave it there. Sisk looks like he'll come at him, but if he falls behind, may not get much.
Yeah, I wouldn't even bother coming at him. I would have just issued the intentional walk right here. You got Wilson's the better hitter than Rocket, at least statistically.
Here's the stretch and the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Had a good rip on a fastball. I think Sisk missed his spot too. They were set up in. It was middle away. Perez will get as much as he can from second. The outfield is now much further in. And the 1-1, that's up high. They are in to give themselves a chance to make a throw, but if it's a hit, they might be throwing a wet ball. Two and one on Josh Wilson. 6-game hitting streak yet to be extended. Stretch and the pitch. Swing, and he fouls it back. That'll be on the roof. Did have a sac fly that tied it in the 6th, the last time that either team scored. 2-2 now, with 2 outs in the 11th. And now Sisk asking for a different ball. That was a new one after the foul, but he didn't like it.
All these kids today asking for new balls. In my day, which was, what, a year ago, you used the balls that you got, and you liked it.
Now has his side. They're going to go in again. The 2-2 to Wilson. Misses high. And the count goes full. And again, Michael Rocket on deck if Wilson reaches. A light mist coming down still. Here's the stretch and the 3-2. Swing, and he fouls it back. Another one up on the roof for someone other than me to climb up and get. I wonder if you went up there, how many you'd find.
112.
That's a good guess. Sisk staring. Now settling. Another 3-2. Missed outside. And Josh Wilson will head to first. Ball 4. And the inning continues. Sisk is 25 pitches into this thing, by the way, as he grabs the rosin bag, and Michael Rocket will stand in. 1 for 3 tonight with a bunt hit and a sac fly. If he can rip one in the outfield somewhere, Perez will try to score. Again, the outfield is in. Maybe even a step closer. As Sisk sets, first pitch is swung on, flared at second on a broken bat. One hop, the throw to first from Ferris is there. And we'll go to the 12th. Ferris was shifting to make sure he was in front of it. It looked like he was a little off balance at first, but he was trying to read the spin. And Rocket on the broken bat grounds to him on one hop. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left. We'll go to the 12th inning. It is the Patriots 5 and the Revs 5.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Let's go!
Johnny Manziel is going to end up with one of those guys who say, whatever happened to him? He doesn't get it. The world moves on very, very quickly without you. I don't care what you did in college. The world, the NFL world, moves quickly, and they'll move on right without you. And I think that's what's eventually going to happen. You know, maybe somebody gives him another chance here, but he's not better than Josh McCown. He's just not. And he wasn't ready for this. He needs to learn to be a professional. That's why I said I agreed with the Browns. Manziel had a couple of touchdown passes, and, you know, one was just, hey, I would just go someplace and I'll throw the ball and, you know, see if something good happens. What do you have, 8 completions? He wasn't ready. He's not ready. Not ready to be a professional. And maybe he won't be.
The Dan Patrick Show.
We are going to PAR-TY.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
The York Revolution celebrate their 10th anniversary with 20 giveaways and entertainment all season long. On Friday, June 3rd, the Memorial Hospital Celebrate York series continues with the Chris Dolman bobblehead. On Saturday, June 3rd, it's another spectacular Inside the Park fireworks display. And every Sunday includes an autograph session, Catch on the Field, and Kids Run the Bases presented by Commonwealth Charter Academy. Plus, Dollar Hot Dog Days presented by Hatfield Quality Meats. Get your tickets at YorkRevolution.com.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick. Join me weekday mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
Frank Gailey on for the 12th. After a 1-2-3 11th, Carlos Guzman leads off, and he lofts the first one to shallow left. Michael Rocket is out there now, and he'll zigzag under it toward the line. Catch is made for the first out. James Simmons into the game in center. And Pound's pinch hitting, and that's all tonight. So Simmons goes in that spot. Rocket moves from center to left. 1 down on 1 pitch here in the 12th inning, which becomes innings-wise the Revs' longest game of the year. And now the rain picks up. Here's Trayvon Robinson, who will bat from the right. Pitch from Gailey is high and away. And more folks heading for cover. Can we not just have like one nice 70-degree day? Here's a swing and a high fly, left center. Simmons reading it in the rain. Tiptoes over. It's deep out there, but he's got room. Makes the catch for 2 outs on 3 pitches.
I think Frank Gailey should be buying the rain a drink right now. If that thing doesn't start a deluge, that may be gone.
Where did this come from?
I don't know. This is why I'm not a weatherman. Of course, as they say, weatherman is the only job in America where you can be wrong 100% of the time and not get fired. something, something, something umpires.
Here's Rob Crowell. He's 1 for 3 tonight. RBI single. And Gailey's pitch, he swings and chops a foul first base side. It's coming down pretty good, and the Tarp crew heading toward that area again. Crowell also has walked, scored twice, and laid down a sac bunt.
Weather Channel has the rain starting at 9:30 and stopping at 9:45.
A fastball inside, 1-1. Now, what do they know?
Yeah. Something else popped up. One of those. I guess the pressure situation is such that rain can just pop up whenever it wants to.
Curveball may have slipped from Gailey and missed up and in.
How nice for the rain.
Yeah. Gailey taking a moment there after that pitch. Hopefully it's not bothering his grip. He didn't ask for a new ball. Here's the 2-1. Swings and skies it. And looking into the rain again, it's Marte from right. He'll give way to Simmons over from center. Simmons has it. And a 1-2-3 12th inning for Frank Gailey. We'll see what the umpires say. So far, nothing. We'll go to the bottom of the 12th. Revs and Patriots remain tied at 5.
Hey, sports fans, great news. Now you can listen to Sports Radio 1350 anywhere with the new WOYK mobile apps. Stranded in Siberia? No problem. Kidnapped by wolves? It's not as bad as you may think. Wherever you are, WOYK is with you on the brand new mobile apps. York's only local sports station just went mobile and global. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
The War of the Roses is the grittiest Revolution battle since Bunker Hill, and in 2016, it's bigger than ever. Sponsored by PNC Bank, the 20-game series between York and Lancaster now has unique on-field hats that will be worn exclusively during these contests. Pick up the ticket plan that nets you all 10 home games against the Barnstormers and receive a replica of the York War of the Roses hat. Be on site each and every time the Revs take on their Cross River rivals. Enlist today at 801-HITS or in person at the Apple Chevrolet ticket office.
What's up, y'all?
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
And you're listening to the best.
Okay. Mattingly and the Dodgers realized it wasn't working out. Nobody wants to say somebody was fired. Nobody wants to say somebody was resigned. Now, I know it's semantics here. Mattingly's gone and the Dodgers move on. I do think it's best for both because I think with new management, they want their guy. They want a sabermetrics, an analytics guy. Mattingly was not that guy.
Dan Patrick.
Don't be a hater.
Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 1350 WOYK. Your teams all the time. York's only place for local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK.
Bottom of the 12th inning, the longest game innings-wise so far for the Revs this year. We are tied at 5. Joe Morgan, our groundskeeper, was out between innings showing Derek Moshe the radar, and Brandon Sisk was waiting to take the field, but going through his warm-ups and finishing those now, as we will play on. It was pretty heavy for about 60, 90 seconds, and now it's lessened a bit, but still coming down steadily.
So much so that Somerset waited about 30 seconds to take the field for their between-inning warm-ups.
Sisk threw 26 pitches to get through the 11th, leaving 2. And he will now face the top of the Revs order in the 12th for his second inning of relief. Sisk has averaged exactly 1 inning per outing. He'll try to go 2 tonight, and Alfredo Marte will lead off 0 for 5 in the game. And Sisk with his first pitch of the inning. It's a strike over the outer half. Looked like he was paying attention to his footing during warm-ups. The 0-1 swung on, hit in the air toward the Tarp crew and right. A foul ball, and it lands behind them up in the picnic area. 0-2. Marte, Tejeda, and Guzman do up. The ground crew bringing new bags of dirt down to the Revs dugout. And the 0-2 way upstairs. Now the Revs outfielders handled the fly balls without issue, looking up into rain when it was maybe at its heaviest. At least this particular shower. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Took something off, a change-up away. And Sisk with 3 of his 4 outs on strikeouts. I'd expect maybe it would take a little while for Marte to completely get locked in. It's only his 3rd game after playing a bit sparingly at AAA to start the year. Now held hitless in 6 at-bats tonight. Here's Isaiah Tejeda, who's 0 for 4 with a walk. 5-5 here in the bottom of the 12th. Setting up in, first pitch is right on the glove and a called strike. Fastball at 87. Wind up, 0-1, and it misses just outside. Game started almost 4.5 hours ago. What was the rain delay?
38 minutes.
38.
5:10 start time, and now this thing's finishing up around this time.
Change up away, 2-1.
Around the time of a standard finish time here.
Nobody up in the York bullpen, so Frank Yaley will go the 13th if it gets there. He's pacing in the dugout. 2-1 is fouled back into the netting.
It's not a bad idea. He only threw 20 pitches through the first 2 innings. Very efficient. And you want to avoid burning as many guys as possible when you go into extras here, lest you end up pitching a position player.
Oh.
Paniagua throws BP occasionally, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yes, he does. Now Sisk rots back, the 2-2. Swung on, ripped the other way, base hit, over near the line in right. It dies on the grass. Tejeda's going to head for second. Snyder the throw, he slides, he's in! A big fist pump from Isaiah, who doubles the other way, and the winning run's at second base.
Darryl, I didn't think he was going to get the second that time. If it's a dry field, that one's going all the way into the corner. When I saw it die, I thought, no way he gets the second. But it died so quickly that Snyder didn't have time to come and get it, and Tejeda had just enough extra steps ahead of him to slide in. His foot got there, then the ball got there, and now he's in scoring position. Nice hustle from the young man.
And that's right in the area where a lot of the standing water was after the delay, so maybe a little help from Mother Nature to kill that ball. And Snyder, I think, was surprised at how far he had to come in to get it.
Yeah, he didn't take the most efficient route to that ball at all.
So here's Joel Guzman. Tejeda jumping up and down, kicking the mud loose from his cleats. He's the winning run. And the first pitch to Joel is a changeup. It missed high. 2 for 5 tonight. In the 10th inning, we thought maybe he won it. He flew out just short of the fence in left center. Maybe if it was still 90 degrees, he would have won it. Here's the 1-0. Fastball strike, outside corner. It's down to 71 here on the stadium board, with now a very light mist circulating in the sky. Another angry listener, Everett, has showed up in the press box.
Who bolted the door, right?
Deadbolted. Guzman, if not him, then Nash on deck. Here's the 1-1. Swung on, grounded off the glove of Sisk. Over toward first. It's picked up by Fields. He got the foot in just ahead of Guzman. Tejeda goes to third with 2 outs. That ball looked like it might be going up the middle. Sisk got a redirection on it with the glove. Of course, Ferris was playing Joel to pull, and maybe the second baseman gets there if Sisk doesn't. But he could have deflected that thing any number of ways, and he sent it miraculously right toward his first baseman, who came away to grab it and got back just in time. And it goes 1-3 on the out. Now the winning run at third base with 2 down. Ryan McMahon, their trainer, just brought out another popsicle stick, I believe, for Sisk to clean his spikes. Now here's Talvin Nash, who will try to end the night, and they're going to pitch to him. Wow. Tejeda at third, and the first pitch to Nash missed inside. After Nash is Keith Castillo. After Keith is Andres Perez. After that is either a win or a 13th inning. And one of those things could come before that, too. There's the stretch from the lefty. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. A fastball to the outer half. Tied at 5. Nash trying to win it here in the 12th. Sisk to the stretch. The lefty comes home. And a fastball right in there for strike 2. He kept it down. It's a good pitcher's pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes. He's now at 41 pitches in relief. He's ahead of Nash. The stretch. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball up and in. And we'll go to a 13th inning. 2 scoreless for Sisk, who has struck out 4. Tejeda the 1-out double. He is stranded at third base. We go to the 13th inning. Revs and Patriots tied at 5.
Broadway transmission? I don't know how they do it.
We've been in business for 60 years at the same location.
I don't know how they do it.
It's our long-term nationwide warranties.
Oh, and don't forget our online appointment scheduling.
I still don't know how they do it.
They toted my van at no cost with my repair.
It's our ATRA certified technicians. Don't forget the good-looking genius in the office.
Come on, man.
I know they help me with financing. Still, with my bad credit, I don't know how they do it.
I did my research and felt comfortable that Broadway is a AAA approved specialty repair shop. I showed my AAA card and saved some hard-earned cash.
I was happy to get a $100 rebate in the mail after the job was done.
I sure don't know how they do it, but I do know they get it done, and they get it done right.
Broadway Transmission. We'll get your shift together and back on the road fast. Check us out on the web at BroadwayTrans.com or stop in and see how it's done.
Hey Revs fans, want to get in the game? You can throw out an honorary first pitch this season by bringing a group to People's Bank Park. Select groups who reserve tickets in the month of May will receive a first pitch courtesy of Bell Socialization Services with support from Adhesives Research. For information, call Reed Gunderson at 717-801-4498. Celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, Bell provides housing supports and living skills training to more than 1,400 people every year here in South Central PA through its mental health, intellectual disability, and homeless service programs. Bell Socialization Services, empowering lives every day.
All about local sports. Sports Radio 1350 WOIK.
On to the 13th inning here tonight, tied at 5. Frank Yaley on for a third inning, of course. A starter for the Revs last season. Really his first year ever as a regular starter. Couple of spot starts before that. Top of the order for the Patriots. Michael Jones up. First pitch is high and wide for ball 1. The Revs, the winning run in scoring position each of the last 2 innings, but Brandon Sisk has worked out of it. And play on we do. Stretch from Gailey, 1-0. There's a fastball strike. Jones tonight on his 29th birthday, 1 for 5, a single and a walk. Eggleston and Ferris do as well. On the 1-1 pitch, splitter, he plops it right in there for a called strike.
Plop is the right word for that, Darryl. That thing went up and then it just went splat. Okay, maybe splat's a good word for that one too.
It was heavy though. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Back to the fastball. He kept it down. And Jones swings through it.
If I can just throw in one quick York Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals in the NBA. Oklahoma City's up 35-25 over Golden State with 6 to go in the second. I know Mace wanted to get out of here so he could see that game, and if he's listening right now, you're welcome.
Famous last words. Here's Aaron Eggleston. Gailey deals a curveball. It started at him and didn't quite curl all the way back. Ball one inside.
I suppose something else we could update you on. During the rain delay, we had Kenny Albert and Stanley Cup Finals coverage. Pittsburgh's up 2-1 over San Jose in the second period, 9 to go.
Next one's right there, a fastball strike, 1-1. Thank you, I was wondering. This does sort of cut into that. We'll go there again when we're done.
But no sooner.
A 1-1 pitch. That's down and away. Eggleston 2 for 4 with an RBI on a single back in the third. Also has reached on catcher's interference and a hit by pitch tonight. 2-1 from Gailey, and there's a fastball strike. Good location down in the zone. Bovon pacing in the Revs bullpen. He and Tyrell Harris are the only two that are left. Gailey to the belt. The 2-2. That's down and away. They have gotten 10 2/3 innings so far out of 6 relievers. Now time asked for as Eggleston backs out. Fans that remain are getting on him. The payoff pitch, sidearm, and he grounds a foul first base side. A lot of guys try the different arm angle, and they're just not as consistent with it, but Gailey is very consistent when he drops down. It's an effective weapon for him against lefties. And he'll try it again. Another payoff pitch, overhand, and Eggleston slaps it on the ground to first. Nash has it cleanly, and he'll tiptoe to first and step on the bag for out number 2. And Gailey will face his 9th batter here in 3 innings of relief, Eric Ferris. He's 1 for 4 with a double and a pair of walks, one of which produced a run with them loaded back in the second. Tied at 5 here in the 13th inning tonight. Also had a 38-minute rain delay in the middle of the 10th. Pitch to Ferris, a splitter, and it drops in for strike 1. Gailey locating everything, keeping them off balance. The 0-1, and a swing and a foul back. Good fastball spotted away. It's 0-2. One of the reasons Gailey was able to become a starter last year is having 3 good pitches. Fastball, split, breaking ball. There's the 0-2. Swung on, line to center. Simmons was deep. He comes in and he makes the running grab. Down around hip high, sprinting straight in. 9 up, 9 down for Frank Gailey. We go to the bottom of the 13th inning. Revs and Patriots tied at 5.
It's the angles, the ball skills, the corner kicks. It's knowing how to shield a defender off the ball. It's knowing how to make a wall pass. It's knowing how to curl the ball, how to chip it, how to trap it, how to launch it, how to finish it. It's soccer, and nobody knows that better than Flying Feet sports shoes. Flying Feet. Suit up for soccer at Flying Feet, where players new to the game find everything they need, and collegiate-level players find all that and more. Soccer shoes for men, women, and children from the names that know the game. Adidas, Diadora, Lotto, and Nike. Players choose Flying Feet to get the right shoe at the right price. Plus a huge selection of soccer socks, soccer shorts, shin guards, and sports bags. Even referees get the nod at Flying Feet, where refs come for all their gear. Individual players, entire teams, if it's soccer, it's Flying Feet Sports Shoes, the sportswear specialty store without specialty store prices. Flying Feet. 1511 Mount Rose Avenue, just off exit 18 of I-83, next to Battery Warehouse.
Hi, this is Tom Dasher, president of Tom Dasher Investment Services. I specialize in retirement planning and strategies to meet individual personal goals. Whether you are looking for wealth accumulation or to maximize your retirement income. Oh, heck, this is sounding just like another commercial. Hey, listen, it's this simple. We use risk-free investment vehicles, whether you are looking to still build wealth accumulation or you want retirement income or a combination of both. It is all about getting your money parked in the place that will benefit you the most. If you want to do that, call me. My office number is 246-3879, or my mobile is 487-2096, or contact me at my new website at tomdasher.com.
For local sports on your smartphone, search WOIK at the App Store.
Bottom of the 13th inning, and the Patriots bring on Donovan Hand for his 5th game. Tied at 5, it'll be Castillo, Perez, and Simmons due up. Brandon Sisk walked the tightrope a little bit. They had Evan Meek up last inning, but decided to go with the former Brewer Hand, who's in his 5th game, 7 1/3 innings, 5 runs. No record with a 6.14 ERA. Opponents have hit .355 early on against him. Castillo takes a first pitch curve. It tumbles in for a strike. 3 for 5 tonight. 3 for his first 3 with an RBI and a run. Here's the 0-1. And a swing and a fly ball hit deep toward the corner in right field, and it lands fair! One hops the wall, Castillo hustling, slides in with a leadoff double. He didn't quite square it up, but he landed it fair down in the corner at one hop the fence. And to start the bottom of the 13th, the Revs have the winning run at second. Castillo 4 for 6. A 4-hit night, and Andres Perez coming up next. It's the Revs' second 4-hit game by a hitter. Joel Guzman had the other one in their second home game, a 9-1 win over Sugar Land on April 29th. Now here's Perez, who's looking for walk-off hit. Number 5 with York. First pitch is over for a strike. Tied at 5, the Revs with their 14th hit to Somerset's 10. Perez has 3. He's 3 for 5. Also a steal and a run. Outfield has to come in. Pitch is a curveball that floats high. They have to play in maybe a step or two closer than they would normally with Perez batting, since the winning run is in scoring position. Hand motions toward his eyes that he wants to see the signs again. And now asks his catcher, Crowell, to come out and talk with him. Trying to get together. 1-1 on Perez.
Here comes the rain again. Here comes that rain again, just as we were getting over it.
Is it supposed to be here for long?
Oh, how the heck should I know?
Look back. The 1-1. Swinging a ground ball, just foul past the bag at third. Good night, it missed by inches. Carlos Guzman couldn't reach it. Had it been fair, maybe he has a chance, but just missed the bag.
I don't know. Castillo being a catcher with a slow track, they all would have depended on the roll, but it's a moot point now.
Tarp crew gathers again just in case. Here's the stretch, the 1-2. In the dirt, it bounces to the backstop. Winning run goes to third. Castillo on the wild pitch is 90 feet away with nobody out. Don't know if the conditions affected it, but the Revs will take it. And now a myriad of ways to win this one. The infield will come in.
Just a little looper. Luis Gonzalez styles is all it's going to take.
2-2 on Dre with all four infielders up. Hand looks and sets. The 2-2 swing, and he fights it off. It was in on him, and he trickles a foul. Back toward the Patriot dugout. Revs' longest game in this stadium was 14 innings last year against Somerset. They won it 3-2 on August 23rd. Jose Constanza had the winning hit that night. There's the stretch. Another 2-2. Down and away, and Crowd just got glove on it. As it squirted off to his right, it'll be a full count. That game last year, James Simmons tied it and then scored the winning run. He's on deck. The longest in Peoples Bank Park history. Tied the longest. And the first time that they won in 14 innings at home. This one's in the 13th. Winning run at third. No outs. The stretch. 3-2 to Dre. Down and away. Just missed. Ball four. And Perez will take his base. Good job there. He didn't try to do too much and win it. He laid off the close one. He'll let the next guy try to do it. It's easy there to try to force being the hero. Everybody wants to get it done. Corey Dommel now will come out, the pitching coach. But Perez, he's the ultimate team guy, such a complete pro, and was just off, and he'll let the next guy try to get it done. James Simmons will have his first at bat of the night. Just had an 8-game hitting streak snapped yesterday and was not in the initial lineup tonight, but came in after Pound's pinch hit for Thurber in the 11th.
What a time to potentially start a new one. Top crew is still down there. I imagine that if this thing ends in a few moments, they're going to roll it out with pro fast pitch softball coming here tomorrow.
James Simmons, one walk-off hit in his Revs career, September 7th of last season, a single against Bridgeport in an 8-7 win in 9 innings. Infield in. Perez at first. He could maybe try to run. Castillo at third. And hand deals and misses down and in. Simmons and then Josh Wilson. You're in a 5-5 tie in the 13th. Castillo, the leadoff double, his 4th hit of the night, has him in this position. He moved up on the wild pitch. The stretch and the 1-0. Curveball hit him! Up near the helmet, it slipped from hand, and the bases are loaded with no outs. Simmons is fine, and he'll head to first, and there's nowhere to put him now. Josh Wilson coming up with them loaded and nobody out.
Yeah, that just slipped out of Hand's hand there. I mean, he got nothing on that ball, so Simmons basically, it must have felt like a big raindrop. That's, I'm sure, what it felt like.
He didn't react toward the helmet. It was close to it, but I think maybe it got him in the small of the back. Now here's Wilson, who will try to finish it. 0 for 3 with a sack fly and a walk tonight. 6-game hitting streak has not been extended yet. Hand the pitch, swings and grounds a foul. Polo leaping over it down at third.
Signing him up for the hurdles. He got up in a quick while. Wow.
Fans enjoying that Olympic activity from Polo, who waves his helmet. Either that or shaking the raindrops off of it. Those sitting in the rain are having a mini party here in the 13th as Hand steps off. And now Wilson will wipe his own batting helmet against his pant legs. The rain certainly can be annoying to hitters too, plus the grip of the bat. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a rip base hit! Down the left field line, game over! Castillo in to score! And Josh Wilson being chased into right field. He delivers the game-winning walk-off hit. Smoked it down the left field line, and they mob him out in right. The Revs win it 6-5. They go 6-1 on the homestand. It's their third walk-off win of the year, and they win it 6-5 in 13. And Josh Wilson, in his 6th plate appearance of the night, has extended the hitting streak. 7 games, he does it to win it. As the Revs take 6 out of 7 on this tremendous homestand. They will be 2 games up in the division heading to Bridgeport. And Will's got our hero down in the field. Let's go down now.
Darryl, I got the man of the hour, Josh Wilson. Josh, what were you looking for? What did you get?
Just looking for a pitch I could hit. I got one.
Games like this, when the rain's coming down, delays, what do you do to stay focused and keep locked in and have a moment like that?
That's it. You just stay locked in. You stay focused. I mean, the game's going to end when it's going to end. You just still take it one pitch at a time. It's no different than, a 9-inning game, extra inning game, whatever. It's all the same.
6-1 homestand. You guys go on the road. What are you going to do to keep the momentum going in Bridgeport?
Just keep doing what we've been doing. Just hopefully, get some good solid starting pitching. Swing the bats a little bit and see what happens.
All right, Josh. Thanks. Congrats.
Thank you.
Josh Wilson, the walk-off single in the bottom of the 13th. Darryl, it's back to you.
Thank you, Will. Josh Wilson ending the night. He's one of our Griffith, Strickler, Lerman, Salamis, and Calkins players of the game tonight. The Revs with their 3rd walk-off win. 6-5 in 13 as they take 3 out of 4 from Somerset. And other big contributors, Keith Castillo, a 4-hit night. He led off with a double and scored the winning run. Frank Gailey, 3 perfect innings in relief to earn the win. They are all in some way your GSLSC players of the game this evening. What a win for the Revs, who go 6-1 on this homestand. They improved to 23-15, winning the final 2 after their only loss this week. And a season-high 8 games over 500. Also the league's best record, and it is a season-best 2-game lead for them in the Freedom Division. They also improved to 16-5 at home, the league's best mark in a home park. Actually, it matches their biggest division lead of 2, which they had on May 15th after they finished the most recent series against Sugar Land head-to-head. 6-5 is your final in 13 innings. Josh Wilson, the walk-off hit on a bullet down the third base line. And Castillo was able to run home with the celebration already underway. We'll take a timeout. Post-game show follows next from a rainy and nearly empty People's Bank Park after the long delay, but a hearty bunch who stayed till the end, an enthusiastic crowd at the beginning for Memorial Day, and those that stayed saw a heck of a finish. 6-5 in 13 post-game show follows next.
The more we help the ones in need, the more progress our community will make.
By focusing on quality education, income opportunities, and basic health care,
all of York County can have access to the building blocks of a good quality of life.
Together we can load the bases for our community
and hit a home run.
Give generously to the 2016 United Way Community Fund.
Find out more and give now at unitedway-york.org.